Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It is finals day here at Jinzun Harbour. 2 semi-finals for the men, 2 semi-finals for the women. 3,000 qualifying points on the line for the men, and 5,000, which is huge for the ladies. The ladies are in the water right now. Willow Hardy is in red. Minamai Nanaka is in blue. Up next, Nanaho Suzuki and Charlie Hurst will decide the women's finals. 35 minutes on the clock for our heats this morning. Chris Binns in the booth alongside me, Tippy Jabrick. And Tippy, how exciting is this?
Good morning, Binzi. It's an amazing day to be here. It's sunny, and I'm very excited, to see one of our team rider from Indonesia, Oni Anwar, also surfing in the final day. So I'm pretty happy to be here.
Yep, so there's 2 Aussies on the men's side of the draw and the women's side of the draw. 1 Indonesian and then 3 Japanese surfers. And it's shaping up. It's been a great week so far. Really consistent from start to finish. We've sort of run between, basically 8 heats a day with 20 on that big day in the middle.
Yeah.
And we're down to the final 6 heats. All the competitors hung around to support their mates and see what the final wash-up is going to be after a very entertaining week of surfing. We are going to cross down to Giada Lagarde right now, who is talking to our contest director, Tai Sarati, to find out exactly how things are going to play out.
Hey guys, I'm here with contest director Tai Sarati. So tell us, what are the conditions looking like today?
Good morning, Giada. The conditions are a little bit smaller today, but still really clean, and when they do come, they look really fun. So we're gonna finish the contest today. We're gonna go with 35-minute heats to give everyone plenty of time to get their 2 best waves, and looking forward to a good finals day.
Is there anything else we could be expecting in the schedule after the contest?
No more expression sessions today, but I'm sure all the staff and athletes will be going for a free surf afterwards.
All right, thank you so much, Ty. Guys, that was today's schedule.
All right, pretty straightforward. 2 women's semis, 2 men's semis, and then the 2 finals. And that expression session that they mentioned was highlight of the week yesterday, Tippy. We had a men's competitor expression session. We had a women's competitor expression session. And smack bang in the middle, one of the most good vibe half hours of surfing I think any of us have been involved in for a long time. They actually threw the water over to the staff.
Wow, yeah. So I saw you ripping yesterday, Binzi. I have to say, you caught a lot of wave. Giada was almost winning that heat also, I have to say.
It was that's wrong. I was definitely not ripping. Giada definitely got a few. Justin got a few. You got your share, as is always the way. But it was the judges who really stole the show yesterday.
Yeah.
It was head judge Ty Conahan who actually took the win in our expression session with a reverse right on the final buzzer.
Yeah.
And then Team Indonesia, well represented by Gogo.
Yeah, Gogo
one
was
of the
ripping
judges.
yesterday, yeah. So, looking at the lineup right now, Binzi, it's still, pretty clean. I would say a couple 3-footer sets happening. This is opening right here from... we have from Japanese surfer Minami Nonaka. Yesterday she was ripping, actually.
Yeah, you can see conditions a little bit smaller, but still super, super clean and great shape on the low tide. And Minamai, that's going to be a decent opening number to set the tone for the day. The judges will have a good look at that one. They're going to be setting the scale for the day and figuring out where they go with all their scores. There were plenty of surfers in the water this morning before we bounced down. A couple of longboarders as well, riding the longer rights into the channel. So there's plenty of scoring opportunity. And with an extra 5 minutes on the clock, 35-minute heats.
Yeah. Binzi, either way, if you finish 3rd in this semifinal, if you get knocked out in the semifinal, you are banking 3,042 points. So, that's a great result.
That's huge. All right, here goes Willow Hardy in the red jersey, that pink and green surfboard she's been loving all week. Working her way down the line, gets the closeout jam, releases the tail a little bit. Probably wasn't as big or as clean of a wave as Minami's, but plenty of great turns, and the finish was strong. So the judges are going to have a good look at both of these waves to work out just where their scores sit.
Yeah, in the first semi-final, we have Willow Hardy, young junior from West Oz. In the second semi-final, we also have a young surfer from Australia, Charlie Hurst. So the two Aussies are, represented by young surfer from, one from Western Australia and one is from the east coast of Australia. So Minami Nonaka, opening right, is a 6.5. So pretty good opening right there. And here we go. This is the 6.5. Nice off the top there. I have to say this wave is much cleaner than Willow Hardy's. That's the reason why she get that 6.5, even though she doesn't have that finishing like Willow did on this one. Really nice wrap around right there. That's probably the only turn that you impress the judge, and also the finishing maneuver there. So 4.0 for Willow Hardy. Early stage of this heat, semi-final number 1. Looks like the Japanese is leading right now, Binzi.
6.5 the result for Minami, and a 4 for Willow. Priority is with our heat leader, 31.5 minutes to go. And yeah, this is a very evenly fought tussle. Willow yesterday scraping through over Elise Cooper by 0.03. She got that score after the buzzer had, she got the score before the buzzer went, but it was allocated by the judges after the heat. And yeah, the narrowest of margins. She only needed a small score. She got a small score plus 0.03 to sneak by. And Elise was philosophical. She was very happy with the quarterfinal finish here. She said that's her biggest result on the QS. And she'll take confidence out of that result.
Yeah, Alice should still be happy, she got 2,200 points, 2,262 points. What a, amazing result. As we can see there, this is the Japanese support team. As we can see, there's a young surfer, Mirai Ikeda, having her sandwich there, and one of the media guy. So strong support there for the Japanese surfer. Currently sitting in the first position with 30 minutes to go, Minami Nonaka.
Yeah, huge crowd in attendance already. Pulling in to the car park. There's cars up and down the roads. The usual fleet of photographers has already doubled in size, and it's 7:30 in the morning on a Saturday. That is the beautiful scenery here in Taiwan. We are looking north. So that little bridge in the background. There's a river that flows under that. There's a river mouth with some beach breaks where that comes out. This is Jinzun Harbour. The main infrastructure that's here year-round is to the right. That wave roof is above sort of the change rooms and the facilities, and then up out here on the harbour is a contest site. We've got a huge competitors area. Upstairs is the judges and the media, and then all of us broadcast crew are operating in a big tent set up behind that, and literally 10 feet behind us is the harbour, so lots of fishing boats plying their trade, coming and going. You'll see them chuffing out to sea in the background from time to time. 29 minutes to go. Minami and Willow aren't going to be looking at the horizon for boats. They're going to be looking for the swell that's coming out of the Philippine Sea. Decent fetch here compared to, say, Japan. We're about an extra 1,000 kilometres from the source of the swell, so more consistent than Japan. Generally a bit bigger and a bit windier than what we're seeing right now, so it's incredibly calm at the moment. No typhoon action, which is when these parts of the world really come to life on the surfing front. But you can see this is this is about as small as it gets in Taiwan, which tells you about how great the surf can be when it's as good as it gets. Look at this left.
Yeah, Benzi, Minami Nonaka is currently, she's first in the ranking. So this result will, make her position a little bit harder for Nana Suzuki. Here we go. Minami Nonaka on her second wave. Solid turns there, Binzi. I have to say that could be a a score that can put a little bit harder requirement from Willow Hardy. Currently, she's sitting in second. She only need a 2.51. She only have one score on her belt. Here's a replay from Minami. Nice strong turn there. Another strong one there. Just two strong turns. So yeah, Willow Hardy currently sitting in the. I have to check the ranking right now. Willow Hardy is sitting in 7th position on her ranking. Currently, she already have a minimum of 3,000 points, so she will have 6,000, and she will go into top 2 or top 3 of the ranking of the Australasia. So Australia, Oceania. And Charlie Hurst, she's sitting in 10th position, and she will move into the top 6. So that's a really good result from Willow Hardy and Charlie Hurst, moving and shaking up those ranking.
Yeah, Willow yesterday was thrilled to have made it to the... Well, she was thrilled to make it to the quarters. Now she's on to the semis. She would have gone to bed last night dreaming of a win. Dad Gene is travelling with her, and he would have been doing all he could to sort of calm her down and not let her get ahead of herself.
Yeah. So, wow, Minami Nonaka just scored a 7.1. So, with 26 minutes and only 2 waves she ridden, she already scored a 13.6. This is her replay of a 7.1. Nice top turn there, super strong, really low bottom turn, another strong one. Just 2 maneuvers, enough to score a 7.1 and putting Willow into 2nd position, looking for 9.6 right now.
Yeah, so Minami really setting the pace early. Just having a look at another insider as well. And you can do this under priority. So this is our first right for the morning. Here she goes. Great shape to this little runner. Bang, cracks it twice, releases the fins, driving through this one, and she's going to stick with it. It's walling up, cracks it one last time, and can't hang on to that one, which is a shame because she was well on her way to a really solid number. But nonetheless, that's going to be a decent score and challenge her top 2.
Yeah, this was her first right. She's going right on that one. I would love to see the replay. There was like a 2. I have to say critical maneuver on the top there. Really nice pushing the tail there. 2 of them. Super strong. I have to say that it will challenge her 6.5 right there, Binzi.
Yeah, I think so too. And if she'd held on to that last manoeuvre, there would have been no doubt about it. But still, that's going to be a real confidence booster.
Oh.
This could even be the best wave of the heat so far. It's really going to put some pressure on young Willow Hardy. There it is, a 7.67. So we are into the semi-finals, and we've seen the standard already come up, as you would expect. Minami Nonaka in the first 10 minutes, a 7.1 and a 7.67. She sits in the lead. Willow Hardy has priority. She has a 4 to her name. That wave does not matter. She needs to get rid of that and grab herself 2 waves at total 14.77. Have a look at these conditions. It is pristine out there right now. You can see that is the right that runs into the bay.
Yeah, I think that's Binzi's right. You're always eyeing on that right. No, Binzi, I haven't seen you too much on that left.
No, the left, you're getting into a lot of traffic. I'd rather sit and work the fatter right into the bay.
Yeah, let's get back to the action right now. I have to say, there's still 23 minutes to go. Willow Hardy is, well capable to get the numbers. She needs to start building, replace that 4.0 into the number that can come close to challenge what Minami Nonaka gets. If she can get a 7, I think we have a game open again here. But, one thing that I see the difference between Minami and Willow Hardy is, I have to say, experience. Willow is a really young surfer from West Oz, but Minami Nonaka has been. I have to say she's been traveling a lot this couple years. You know, she come to Indonesia. She banking a lot of points in Nias and Krui. There was a couple event in Japan, and yeah, she's fighting to get into that Challenger Series next year.
Oh yeah, 5,000 points. That well and truly puts you in contention for the Challengers.
Yeah.
And the final Challenger Series event of the year is about to go down in Hawaii. It's the Haleiwa Pro. Kicks off on the 26th of November. And the women's side of things, 3 women are confirmed. Katie Simmers, Macy Callahan and Molly Picklum. There's only 5 spots up for grabs, so those last 2 spots are so evenly contested. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is sitting in the box seat. She's in 4th. A strong result would see her qualify. And then there's technically, I think there's 10
other girls,
ladies who can qualify. You know, ranging, there's surfers like Bronte McCauley who need a win to guarantee their progression. Others like Alyssa Spencer need a little bit less. All right, Willow Hardy, 2 turns out of there. That's not going to be a significant score. Still plenty of time to go in this one. 21.5 minutes remaining. And Willow just needs to realise that. You know, early on we had 25-minute heats. So the extra 5 minutes that we've added since yesterday and the extra 5 minutes that was added onto before, there's plenty of time. We've reduced 2 surfers from the field as well. So we started off with 25-minute heats and 4 in the water. We're now up to 35-minute heats with just 1 other competitor. So there is opportunity galore. And that last wave for Willow is a 5. So that breaks her out of the combination, which means she can now overtake Minami on the strength of 1 wave. That 1 wave would need to be a 9.77, however, so that is a massive ask. You think Willow's going to want to keep building those 6s and 7s and then up into the 8 range and really put herself in the picture with 20 minutes and 40 seconds to run.
Yeah, 20 minutes for a lot of heats on the QS is you know.
So much time.
Yeah. So on this event, we are the event are super generous. It's been like a couple rounds. It's started with 25 minutes. Yesterday we have 30 minutes.
A very relaxed schedule. Yeah. Okay, Willow Hardy. This left is going to run for her. Opening turn was good. Second turn, she needs to put the foot down and find the open face once again. Bit of downtime there. Now she's throwing a bit more water around the place. This wave keeps running and she stumbles at the end and goes down. You would imagine that goes into her top 2, gets rid of her 4. Anything over a 5 will bring her closer still to Minami with 19.45 to run.
Yeah, you can see it as a left and right there, Binzi. That's the peak. Usually the left is you know, opting more scores this past couple 2 days, I have to say. We saw Hiroto Arai always surfing at the left. He rarely go right. And but I have to say, Minami Nonaka scored the highest single wave of this heat, a 7.67 on the right.
Okay, last wave for Willow was a 3.77, so it does not factor in. The judges pinging her a little bit, I think, for, you know, she got stuck a little bit behind it for a fair portion of the wave.
Yeah.
And there was nothing too vertical. We've seen that the judges are really going to reward vertical surfing, especially on that first turn. If you get out on the face and do a carve, there's no points there. You really need to drive hard off the bottom, crunch the lip, and take it from there.
Yeah, I think, you know, closer to the final, especially this is final day, you know, you got to push your limit, Binzi, if you want to get those numbers. And here we see this is a couple of the parents. I am pretty sure you recognize a few of them.
Yeah, that's Marcus Huppert's on the phone. We saw his daughter Mia in action yesterday.
Yeah.
I think that's Ellie Harrison's mum in the foreground, but don't quote me on that. 18.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
We can see the 2 surfers sitting about 100 metres apart. So this is a great demonstration. There are 2 peaks. The one on the left to the north has the right that runs into deeper water in the channel. when we've seen the world longboarding here, that is predominantly where
Yeah.
the longboarders surf, is that longer right, and then that left is the one that you just mentioned that stands up. Then you get the peak on the south, which the right is probably the higher scorer. The left and the right from the north and the south peak both obviously run into each other, and that end section is where we see a lot of damage done. It's a great ramp for doing an air.
Yeah.
It's a great section for a layback, or just the really big finish, the crescendo that the judges like to see. The left off the southern peak is there. You don't see much scoring done there. You do see a lot of the WSL staff surfing there, though. That's the event crew, Goofy Foot Corner. All right, here goes Willow Hardy. This is a better looking wave. It's a little bit bigger, and she opens the shoulders. 2 strong turns, drives hard back into the cuddy. That's going to be all she writes, so Willow is out of there. We hear a bit of whistling. Does that mean there is a set on the horizon? Looks like there's some lines heading our way.
Yeah, Minami Nonaka and Willow Hardy, they both have different kind of a approach to the wave. Minami Nonaka is a bit, lower center gravity, and Willow Hardy, I'm sure she's a person that would like to have a little bit of a size, because on her interview a couple days ago, she said like she's really comfortable on the bigger size of a wave. Here we go. This is Willow Hardy. Her wave setup is actually pretty good, but that's only two maneuver right there, Binzi.
Yeah, 3.73 the result. So the judges are sending a bit of a message here. Willow's sitting down on that southern peak, and she's gone a couple of lefts. Hasn't really done anything wrong, but hasn't really done anything too spectacular either. So it might be time to sort of reassess. Minimise sitting on the northern peak, 100 metres away, and has a pair of 7s to her name. At the moment, Willow has 2 3s, a 4 and a 5. That's Charlie Hurst. She'll be in action up against Nanaho Suzuki in the next semi-final.
Yeah.
They're about 16 minutes away. They'll be in the water in 12 minutes' time for the paddle out.
Yeah. Charlie Hurst is also a young surfer, yeah. She's only, I have to say, 16, 17 years old.
Yeah, in that range. She's from the south coast of New South Wales, so much like Willow, very comfortable in the powerful stuff. Here goes Willow on her 5th wave. Strong turn up into the lip.
This wave is like running away a little bit from her, Binzi.
Well, she's got a big section coming at her now. Throws it up into the lip, and that's...
Okay.
Is that a turning point? Will that be the momentum shift that she needs to get a bit of confidence and start banking some big points? 15 minutes to go. Willow Hardy.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the replay and pick this one apart from start to finish. But it was the ender that was the big point scorer on that wave, I think you'll find.
Yeah, that's Willow's 5th wave, actually, Binzi. So she's still trailing 9.77. If that can a little bit, help her requirement, she might need a less score on that one. Here we go, Minami just in and out on that one. Willow Hardy paddling fast. She needs to go back to the lineup because she needs to hear the score and then to understand her requirement. Here we go. Top turns, first maneuver was good. Just wrap around right there, and she's setting up for this last finishing right here. This could be the big one for her.
Yeah, it was a great finish. You can almost see the wave could have petered out in the middle, and then it stood up just a little bit. It was almost like the shoulders lifted and she saw that end section. She's like, all right, we're back. Let's go. A 5.9 the result. So that narrows the gap. She's now chasing an 8.87. Again, every incremental increase will bring her that little bit closer to minimize. So a 5.9. She's now brought it down from a 9.7 that she needed to... Now an 8.87, if she can go above the 5.9, that 8.87 will get smaller again. Minimi, anything over a 7.1 will build on her 2-wave total. That's Nanaho Suzuki, who's coming up in the next heat. She is ranked 2nd on the Asian League standings. So she's looking good for a Challenger Series berth next year as well.
Yeah, these two young surfer from Japan. You know, they pushing the pack. You know, there's a lot of girls coming from Japan also. There's I would say a dozen of them. You know, chasing you know, points here in Taiwan. And last week there's also an announcement, Binzi. They will have a QS 3000 in January in La Union in Philippines. So a lot of people are, you know, planning for next year already since last week.
How good. What are the waves like in La Union?
La Union is similar like this. It's a beach break with little cobblestone, and I have to say the right is the wave, not the left.
All right, this is Minamai on her backhand, flying down the line, and there's not going to be anything of significance in that wave, so she kicks out. Willow Hardy still sitting with priority, looking for an 8.87, or just looking for anything over a 5.9 to bring that requirement down further. 12 minutes, so tons of time on the clock for the young West Aussie. We saw her get through a quarterfinal yesterday with a buzzer beater. She'd love to do it a little bit more comfortably today, but at the moment she would take a win. However, she could get one. We can see the two surfers sitting 100 metres apart at the moment.
Yeah.
It's still low tide. You can see the cobblestones are just below the surface in those foreground shots.
Yeah. Yeah, for Willow Hardy, after this event, there will be a couple more QS happening in Oz, but there's going to be two of them going to be double sanctioned, hopefully in Avoca and also Newcastle. So we will see more of an action of you know, Minami Nonaka, Nana Hosuzuki, and all the Asian surfer. They will come to Australia. You might be there, no, Binzi?
We'll see what happens.
See how's the love from WSL? I'm pretty sure you will keep the job, Binzi. Don't worry.
All right, here goes Minamai Nanaka on her backhand. This won't go into her top two unless something incredible happens at this point. That's not going to be the case, but this is what you can do with priority. You build that lead, and then you just sit in the inside and you catch whatever you want. And just, you know,
little
chance your arm a little bit, roll the dice.
Yeah, I think you know, what Willow need to do is just keep busy, choosing the right one, because right now she's holding priority. But time is ticking down also, Binzi. You know, you need to get busy. You cannot just stay out there, because sometimes, you know, you need to manufacture, you know, the situation. 6.76 and 7.1 is the requirement. So if you can get one wave of a 8.87, situation will change to Willow Hardy.
Okay, so this last wave was a 4.37. That little stumble in the middle sort of sealed the deal that it was never going to be a good score, but you can see it petering out, just a bit of shoulder, and no real high notes to that one, so Minamai will forget about it. 10 minutes to go. I reckon we've got a very exciting 10 minutes in front of us. Willow Hardy just needs to find a set wave and really let rip to tighten this one right up.
Yeah.
And leave herself with an attainable situation in the last few minutes.
Yeah, situation is still, you know, still possible for Willow Hardy. Yesterday, you know, last dying second, she took down Elise Cooper with a last wave, and this could be still the, you know, the scenario here if Willow can find a good one.
Well, here she goes.
Oh, she's
going
going
on
right.
her backhand this time, so opens the shoulders. First turn was strong. Open face carve, really wants this one to stand up and run. It might just do so through the inside. Stringer turns from Willow. It's a tiny, tiny section, but gets the ender and doesn't quite complete it.
No.
Will that increase her 5.9? I'm not sure.
A lot of that maneuver was kind of like you know, a bit of a not in the power source of the wave. That's the reason why she don't have enough speed at the end of the maneuver there. I think that wave is it will be hard to, you know, to better her 5.9. Really nice looking wave, actually. This is a good maneuver right there. This one just a little bit, you know, the wave is a little bit not offering the power that she's looking for. As you can see, there's not much power after that one, and this one just unable to finish that one.
Alright, scores slowly starting to filter in. 8 minutes 15 to go. Charlie Hurst on screen. She's a little bit further down the beach, away from the competitors' area and the infrastructure, so she's obviously going to be paddling out wide of the channel on the right. She's riding a Channel Islands fever by the looks. She's got one of the hardest parts of surfing here at Jinzun Harbour, the rock-off to come. The cobblestones are they're a great way to start your surf. They really get you on your toes. Here's Minamai Nanaka flying down the line on the right. We just saw Willow Hardy kick out. Minamai throws the reverse and rides out of it. So that was really cool. Just the one turn. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges make of that one. But showing that she's got plenty of flair to her name. She won the expression session yesterday, I think, as well.
Actually, she did.
With manoeuvres like that. So, Minamai, that was really cool.
Yeah, you need to have a couple repertoire on your sleeve, if you want to, challenge yourself in a Challenger Series next year, Binzi. And yeah, with maneuver like that, you will impress, the judges and also your other surfers.
So Willow Hardy's right, netted her a 3.37, doesn't factor into her top two. She just can't get herself on the bombs at the moment. Last score for Minamai is going to come in and make life a little bit tougher still for Willow. That requirement might sneak up back into the nines. Yep, a 7.33 for Minamai's last wave. So Willow is now chasing a 9.1 with 6.5 minutes to go. Willow has priority. She'd really want to use it wisely and get herself, a big set wave that allows her to show off her incredible repertoire and put herself back in the picture. Because so far it's sort of been one-way traffic. Minamai's doing it very nicely. She's throwing away a 6 and a 7. Both of which would be keepers for Willow at this stage of the game. Minamai a lot more experience under her belt than Willow. Willow and Charlie Hurst, they're thrilled to be this deep into the draw at a qualifying series event of this ilk. So the future is looking very bright for the young Aussies. But in the semis, they're running up against a couple of hardened Japanese competitors who have thousands of more heats under their belt. So always lessons to be learned. Valuable learning experiences here in Taiwan this week, and every competitor you talk to around the event has just bloody loved being here.
Yeah, there's nothing to complain about, your day in Taiwan. So here we go. This is a recap of our first semi-final here. Actually, nice opening right there from Willow, but here Minami Nonaka just putting the paddle into the gas and just pushing all the requirement from the fellow young Australian.
This is the 7.6, and then this is Willow's 5.9. So we saw both of Willow's keepers. And we've seen a wave of Minami's that she's thrown away. I would imagine I might just see her last 7.3. No, that's it. So, yeah. Add in Minamai 7.33 for her reverse, and they're the significant moments in this heat so far. 4 minutes 20 to go. Willow Hardy has priority. She's got a 10.92 wave total. Currently she needs a 9.1 to book herself that first finals berth. That lady on screen, Minamai Nanaka from Japan, is doing it very nicely. 4 minutes remaining. And if she does hold on, you think she'll be going into the final with a real head of steam and plenty of confidence, because she has looked very, very sharp this morning.
Yeah, Minami Nonaka, yesterday I did a little interview after her wins in the quarterfinal against Ellie Harrison, actually. And she doesn't really speak English, Binzi, so I have to say good luck to Giada or Justin Majak. They both have to learn their Japanese in 5 minutes.
Okay, Willow, she's got a good-looking wave. She has priority. She does not have a good-looking wave. She elects to have that one go through and hang on to priority. She's on the move, so maybe there's a set inbound. She's heading south, she's heading back to the north. That's Reef Hazelwood getting ready for his semi-final. Where's Willow at?
Looks like she's paddling for this
Here
one.
goes Willow. She's chasing a 9.1. Anything over a 5.9 will tighten the requirement. Big finish to come. Drops the shoulder. Big bucket of spray. And that was nicely done by Willow, laying it on the line. She had to. 2.5 minutes to go. Does that narrow the gap? She's looking back to the grandstand, probably seeing what Dad thinks of that. Whether she should head to the peak to the south or the north. Talk us through this one, Tippy.
Yeah, the start of the wave is not offering her anything actually, Binzi, but this one, that's the right attitude to have, you know. You need to attack that wave. You cannot just let the wave kind of like letting the work for you. You need to work on that wave, because I have to say today is the smallest day of the event.
Yeah, I think tomorrow is forecast to be a little bit smaller, so I mean, we turned up this morning and it was barely breaking, so it's come up a lot already in the last couple of hours. He's hoping it keeps pulsing throughout the rest of the finals. But yeah, Tai Sarati, contest director, adding 5 minutes just to really ensure that the surfers get plenty of opportunity. And you look at it, Minami's throwing away a 6 and a 7 as well, so there's definitely been plenty of opportunity for both surfers to get 2 scores. Just over 1 minute to go. We're still waiting on the last score for Willow. There won't be anything for the first turn. Everything will be for that big finish.
Yeah, as we can see also, Minami Nonaka's single maneuver was a 7.33. So we could imagine like that last turn of Willow Hardy, could get some score.
It's come in at a 5.1, so it does go into her top 2, but it does not change her requirement. She's still looking for a 9.1
to change the situation.
Correct.
Just a little under 35 seconds to go. Minami Nonaka looking for that one. Is that going to be a priority exchange? Looks like nothing changed. Still 25 seconds to go. Willow Hardy chasing a 9.1. I have to say congratulations also to Willow Hardy, pushing a really great performance here. Semi-final finish, 3rd place, 3,042 points rewarded for her, hard work here at Taiwan. 4 seconds, Vinzi.
Yeah, well, it's official, and looks like Willow's going to make her way over to Minamai and offer her congratulations. The Japanese surfer looking very impressive and will be entering the final with a real head of steam. Nanaho Suzuki and Charlie Hurst continue the semi-final run. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action from finals day here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this quick break.
Well, there we see our surfer in blue, our first finalist here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. She's just disappeared behind that big rock. That is Willow Hardy, the young West Australian, and a really exciting opening matchup. Semi-final one of the women's is run and done. It's finals day, Tippy, and there seems to be a really good buzz and energy amongst the spectators and, you know, everyone that's down here to soak up the action.
Yeah, all the competitors are here on the competition area. I saw a lot of the Australians are here, the Japanese are here. There's only 8 surfers competing on finals day. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's definitely more people soaking up the action, and I know a lot of people back home from Western Australia would have been tuning into that opening heat of the day. Unfortunately, Willow Hardy couldn't get the job done, but an impressive performance by our Japanese surfer in that one. I liked a little bit of innovation as well. The little throw tail reverse was pretty cool, but Willow will be stoked. That's an absolute career best result for her, and she banks a whole bunch of points. How many points on offer for a semi-final finish, Tippy?
3,042 points, so amazing. Wow. Here we go. This is the opening ride for Charlie Hurst. Ooh, pretty nice there. You know, Charlie, let's talk about Nanaho Suzuki first here. You know, Nanaho and Minami, similar style, you know, like really low center of gravity of, you know, surfing. And here we go, another look at Charlie Hurst's first wave there. This could be her second wave, actually.
Yeah, it is. Wow, I like it. She's got a little bit of sambal sauce on that board. She's spicing it up. She's got a really good style, and the young girl from New South Wales also banking a career best result here at Jinzun Harbour. This QS 5000 for the women is really crucial. A lot of waves being ridden in the opening part of this heat, and that was an impressive turn. Unable to ride out of it there was Nanaho Suzuki in the red. Opening scores are in for Charlie Hurst. She's got a 5.17 and a 4.17, so taking an early lead in this one. And Suzuki in the red prior to that wave had locked in a 4.90. Good start. Yeah, we're going to throw over to Chris Binns, and he is chatting with our first finalists here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Over to you, Chris.
Yeah, cheers, Justin. Minami, congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell us about the conditions out there right now.
The waves were pretty small, but I got 2 good score for in first 10 minutes. So yes, I'm happy.
And yesterday we had an expression session, and you won that.
Yes.
What did you do to win the expression session yesterday?
Maybe one big turn.
And you did that today in your heat then. Talk us through the reverse you did.
Yeah.
That was a great maneuver. Is it good knowing you can get a score for one wave? Awesome. And a lot of confidence. You must be really excited going into the final.
Yes. And can I say Japanese?
Absolutely.
ファイナルに行けてすごい嬉しいです。このまま優勝目指して頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
All right. Congratulations, and we'll see you very shortly. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Back to you guys.
Yeah, well, thanks, Binzi. A first finalist there. This lady is on her way to the finals if she keeps this performance up. Charlie Hurst, she's clicked into gear early. She's been down here early. Her mum is here supporting her, and you can hear a few hoots and hollers from the Aussies in the grandstand just checking out the action. And you can see the early morning low tide. It's quite shallow. The cobblestones have made for a pretty treacherous entry and exit out of the water, but Charlie Hurst, she has really come to play on finals day.
Yeah, I have to say she's doing a really smart surfing here, Justin. Yeah, nothing too fancy, you know, just building those score. You know, at the end of the day, you know, you have to build that numbers. You don't want to push too much, overcook it, and right there, really smart surfing from Charlie.
Yeah, linking up some really nice forehand maneuvers. Like you said, just trying to get a solid foundation in the early part of this heat. We are running 35-minute heats. It is lady on lady semi-final number 2, and this is live action. Suzuki up and riding. The conditions are a little bit smaller, but they still, the waves are still providing plenty of opportunity. Winds up in the inside section and cracks that a really good finishing maneuver.
Yeah, Nana Ho is have a little bit of different approach there. She's a natural footer. She have, the I have to say an advantage a little bit. Going backside on that left, you can push it a bit harder. That's the reason why she's opting to go left here. First maneuver was nice. Another strong one there. Just waiting for setting up for the finishing. That would be her highest score of her heat. And let's see the score. And I think we have a heat right now.
We certainly do. So prior to that wave of red, she locked in a 3.0. So she's just peppering the judges with a couple of opening rides, but some numbers to lock in for both both blue and red at this stage. Just under 27 minutes, so the ladies are keeping busy. We've seen 6 waves ridden in the opening 9 minutes of this heat. And we're going to hope to see a few more swell lines pushing through. This is the drone angle, and it's such an amazing view. You can look back at these beautiful lush mountains as our natural backdrop here at Jinzun Harbour.
Yeah, you will never get this view never get old, Justin.
No.
That view been here for millions of years, so there's a reason we keep coming back here. We never get old.
No.
Love to surf and waiting for those sets and just look to the land and feel, I don't know, rejuvenating a little bit.
Well, it looks like the scores are in, and it has swapped around. A 5.23 for the last of reds, backs up her 4.90. Charlie Hurst has gone into second place, so a little bit of a swap on the leaderboard. A 5.23, the best number we've seen in this one so far, and 25 and a half minutes on the clock. Right now, one Japanese surfer through to the final. We'll see if it's going to be an all-Japanese matchup, or if the young goofy footer from New South Wales can make it a Japan v Australia final. A lot of surfing still to transpire in this one, and it's pretty even Stevens right now. Both ladies have got a 5 and a 4 underneath the belt, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more fireworks going on in the next 25 minutes. Tippy, what'd you do for dinner last night, mate? Where'd you go? Back in Taitung City?
We went to this festival last night, not far from our hotel. Every weekend, closer to the, there's a twilight. They call it the Twilight Bazaar. It's a festival. There's a lot of handicraft on the bazaar, and then we also have a dinner there. We went for a burger actually last night. It was really good.
Yeah, the city felt a little bit more alive last night. It seemed like there was a lot more people around.
Weekend.
Yep, weekend is here, and leading into the local elections, there seems to be a lot of. There was fireworks going on. We stopped in at the same sort of night markets as well. We got some gelato. We've been hanging for a few days to get that. Our co-commentator Giada Legati is a big fan of gelato, but I can say we went back to the same dumpling place for the 3rd night in a row. It was that good.
Yeah, you always have to keep your winning destination. If the dumpling is the champ, why change?
Well, the specialty for me was the beef pancakes. They were so good. I ordered 2 plates of them.
You're a big boy, Justin. You earned those 2 pancakes.
Yep, definitely had to fuel up for a really exciting finals day ahead. The Taiwan Open of Surfing has wound down to this point. Good morning, everyone. I'm Justin Majex. This is Tippy Jarbrick, an amazing man that does some really good work in the Asian region. And as you can see here, we do love Taitung. The Taitung County government, a big supporter of this event, and Tippy, it's been going for over 10 years. We've seen different events run here, longboarding, but just shortboarding at this year's event. You've been here for every one of them. What's your fondest memories over the years of coming to Taiwan?
Yeah, I think one of the the thing that make us proud, involved in this event is to see the surfing development. The other day we see Jack Hu and his brother Jay Hu. That's the reason why we're doing this, to see the progress and the development of surfing. Looking at the Nanaho Suzuki, she's a product of the progression and the surfing development also in Japan. So a lot of people are putting those time, energy, and effort to see somebody from their country representing their country with a strong performance. That's the reason why we all doing this thing. I'm pretty sure you're doing the same thing in Western Australia, Justin, to see one of your young surfer like Willow Hardy, representing your area. It's something that feels satisfaction that you did something good, and the result is there.
Yeah, 100% Tippy. I couldn't agree more. Surfing is such an international sport, but if we can come to these sort of far-flung places and leave just a little bit of a lasting legacy for future generations to carry on with it, it's really, really important. And I've been so impressed by the performance of the Japanese surfers, both on the men's and women's side of the draw. And Japan is famous for so many things, but surfing is now, I guess, one of their sports, and as an Olympic sport, something they're taking very seriously.
Yeah. So here we go. This is a replay of a Nanaho Suzuki. Super strong maneuver there. I have to tell you something, Justin. The reason why the Japanese are super strong, they have their own domestic tour.
Yep.
They call them the JPSA. The JPSA been running, for so long, and Nanaho Suzuki is actually a product for that surfing development. You need to have that domestic system. Without a strong system in your area, in your country, it's impossible to see guys like, Nanaho Suzuki, Hiroto Arai, Even, I have to say, Kanoa Igarashi, when he was young, before he moved to, Huntington, for example, their parents already see surfing is a future.
Yep.
Since they were in Japan. Yeah.
Yeah, really, really cool thing. And, it is so cool to see all these different nations representing here in Taiwan. And during our little chat, we saw Suzuki lock in a 7.0. So the best number of this semi-final, number 2, has locked in the red column. A 7.0 and a 5.23 has put Suzuki into the double-digit range. And we've been chatting about it all event long. You need to get into the double digits, certainly in the pointy end of competition, if you are going to make a real strong impact. And talking about Japanese surfers, this guy has been, for me, one of the most impressive and consistent performers. That is Hiroto Arai. You can see him just prepping for men's semi-final 1. It's going to be an action-packed affair. He'll be taking on Reef Hazelwood from the Sunshine Coast of Australia. And you can see him just focusing in. He's probably playing his favourite songs and just starting to get in the zone.
Yeah, talking about Hiroto Arai, Oni Anwar used to share the same sponsorship with Hiroto when they were younger. They're both like a junior prodigy from their own country. And the funny thing about Hiroto, he lived 2 hours from the coast.
Oh, crazy!
And Oni said he spent some times with him in his hometown, and they only surf during the weekends. Every weekends, Hiroto travel with his car and then and surf 2 hours away. So I don't know. It's just about how, if you really see surfing as something that you want to do, you there's no excuses. You don't have to be in the ocean to be a great surfer.
Yeah, that was a really cool chat we had at dinner with Oni the other night. Just getting some amazing insight. Oni's been all around the world. He's competed for a very long time, but he said he went to Japan and they sort of went camping on the weekends when he was with Hiroto. They'd drive 2 hours to the coast, they'd camp on the beach, they'd cook on the beach, they'd sleep in the car, and they'd just surf their brains out. And if you don't live by the coast, you need to make the most of your opportunities when you do get down there, as we see I guess one of Australia's rising stars. He's been around for quite some time. He was the Australian Open men's national champion, Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, he's an amazing surfer, yeah, for sure. It will be interesting. Two different style, one goofy footer, one natural footer, one like to go above the lip, you know. Reef Hazelwood is not a not a person that afraid to launch a big airs there. And yesterday, airs is the numbers that the judges are impressed.
Yep, most definitely. Yeah, I think we're going to see, like you said, some contrasting surfing going on the men's side of the draw. But I think if you can really, tick that innovation and progression box, we saw it in the women's semi-final one. That was really cool, that little sort of forehand reverse we saw thrown down by our expression session winner as well. So looking really comfortable in the conditions on offer are our Japanese surfers right now. Charlie Hurst does have first priority. She's chasing a 7.06 or better to make it through to the final. And if she drops that 4.17, the requirement will be lowered. But the best number, a 7.0 to red. So that is the benchmark that Charlie Hurst is going to have to match or better if she's going to make it through to the finals.
Yeah, with 16 minutes and 40 seconds to go, Justin, Charlie Hurst, if she want to have a foot on the final, she need to get started, push the limit a little bit, and her two score actually is lower than Nanaho Suzuki's two wave actually 5.23 compared to her highest score of 5.17. She need to replace both of that score. This is on the screen. We have the Yageo surf team, from Taiwan. We have a Yang Jack, Yang Jay. At the back we have Gugu, the power guy from Taiwan. He used to run. He used to represent Taiwan on all of the event here back in the days in
Cool.
In Jinzun Harbour. But this event he decided to be the coach.
Nice. And super cool to see those young Taiwanese surfers getting the opportunity to compete at a men's QS 3000. And we were talking about the legacy that events like this leave behind. This local community would have experienced so much having an event like this, and you can just see the paparazzi. There is so many cameras on the beach. I can't believe the amount of people taking photos, the size of some of the lenses, the camera bodies. You walk down there, it's like just crickets because there's so many triggers being pulled, and it's just rapid fire action.
I think I'm pretty sure one of those camera guy have some photos of you, Justin.
I hope so. I haven't been given any yet, but yeah.
You need to go there and shake some hands. That's what you do. In Hawaii. To get some photos, without shaking the hands of the photographers is impossible.
Okay, all right, I might do that in...
Binzi did that. Binzi did a little bit of a threatening to some of the photographers, like, hey, red board, that's me,
Well, speaking of Chris Binns, he is with Willow Hardy, who was just bowed out of the event, but a semi-final finish, an amazing result for the young West Aussie. Over to you, Binzi.
Thanks a lot, Justin. Willow, not the result you wanted this morning, but a third place finish and a ton of QS points.
Yeah, honestly, a third is I'm so stoked with it. I never thought I'd get this far, but Minami was absolutely shredding. That turn she did, it was insane. These little waves are just her bread and butter. She was ripping.
She's been surfing these events for a little bit longer than you. Do you take some learning experiences away from that heat?
Yeah, definitely. Seeing the wave she was on and just how she was surfing them, from the back, it was just tail. I think she's on the Challenger. And, yeah, she's just a next-level competitor.
And she won the expression session yesterday as well with a pretty explosive turn, and then she did that reverse. That's cool. Does that inspire you to sort of take your surfing to the next level?
Yeah, definitely seeing everyone, pushing it, it makes me want to do it too. And, just how consistent she is at it, bringing it out in a comp is pretty epic to watch.
And tell us about this whole Taiwanese experience
Roger.
that you've had. Obviously, you're travelling with your dad. The atmosphere and the vibe between the competitors is really great and friendly and supportive. It's just been a good experience all around, hasn't it?
Yeah, this has been one of the best comps and places I think I've been to. There's no sickness, everything feels super safe. The place is awesome, and the competitors is such a nice feel. All the Aussie, Japanese people cheering each other on, as well as the Indos, of course.
And the food?
Oh, it's good, but pretty keen for some Australian food now.
Tell us your highlights. Are you team bao bun, or are you a dumpling person, or the hot pots?
Hey, Binsey,
I
maybe
think
ask
I'm a
Willow
dumpling
about
person, I can't eat too many. Like, they're pretty filling. I've been having these, like, little, like, desserts. Like, they're kind of like buns, like, frozen with, like, I don't know, but they're really good.
What about your dad? Has he been putting away the dumplings?
Oh, yeah.
Overall, this trip out of 10?
10.
Beauty. All right. Well, you've won a stack of points. You're going back to Australia with a ton of confidence, and good luck from this point on.
Thank you so much.
All right, Willow Hardy, back to you guys.
Yeah, good to see two West Aussies there. I was trying to throw a question over to Binsey. So, yeah, I was just going to hopefully get a little bit of insight on what Willow has taken out of this event and what she can put into action. The Australian junior surfing titles are coming up on North Stradbroke Island, Tippy, hometown of Ethan Ewing. B. Durbridge grew up there, so an amazing surf town. And, yeah, Willow is going to be in the under-18 junior girls, so still competing as a junior back home, but you know, making heats to the semi-finals at a QS 5000. An awesome effort.
So talking about the Aussie title, Justin, how do you qualify to represent your states for that one?
Yeah, back home in WA we run 3 state titles, so it's a 3-event series. Each surfer's best 2 results carry towards the overall rankings, and we take our highest placed surfers in under 14 boys and girls, under 16 boys and girls, and the blue ribbon division is, of course, the under 18 boys and girls, which Willow has. She was actually lucky enough to get a wildcard position through Surfing Australia because she was at the ISAs. She was competing in Indonesia, so she actually missed a few of our state titles, but she applied for a wildcard and she was
rewarded now.
Yeah, she was rewarded with a position, and I think rightly so, because you know, if you're missing state title events when you're competing at, you know, ISAs or WSL events, it sort of makes sense. And during the interview, this was a replay from the last of Red. She is really teeing off on this wave. Japanese surfer did well to hold on to that little inside manoeuvre, but the first 2 waves for me were super impressive. I think she's going to get rid of a 5.23. 10 minutes remaining, 10 minutes on this one. So Charlie Hurst, she's starting to run out of time. 10 minutes is still a long time in a heat, but we'd be hoping for a few more sets to roll through for this young girl from Port Kembla, I'm pretty sure she's from. And I think that Red will maybe improve her situation, and she does. There we go, a 6.43 for the last of Reds. Definitely applying some scoreboard pressure now to Blue. She's sitting patiently with priority, but I think she's got to get busy now.
Yeah, with, you know, under 10 minutes to go, Charlie Hurst actually, you know, almost similar like what happened to Willow Hardy. You know, she does have everything that she needs to do in this situation. But I have to say, Nana Suzuki, you know, she pushed harder a little bit than Charlie Hurst. Yeah.
Yeah, the last few waves have been absolute keepers. Only a couple of manoeuvre waves, but the judges have really seen the quality of those turns. And here we go. This is looking like a pretty good wave for Charlie Hurst. Up and riding. A couple little ribs on the face as the wind starts to kick in. A beautiful opening carve. Oh, that is a big turn and does well to ride out. So I think she took your advice, Tippy, and pushed hard on it.
Yeah, that's you know, she need to do more of those, you know, strong maneuver, because the judge is not going to impress with you know, like a lot of check turns.
No, and we're at the pointy end of the event, and here's the replay. So nice open face carve, but I think she'll be happy with this turn. Really hit that lip hard, and did well to compress and ride through. She's got a beautiful style, but you can see here, hard bottom turn, gets her board up and over the lip, and does well to ride out of that tricky inside section. So
yeah, if she can get like a, you know, like on those scale of a 6 point something, we have another heat, you know, to go here with 7 minutes and 57 seconds to go. Still waiting for the judges. You know, this could be the score that she's looking for to change kind of the momentum a little bit because she's been trailing big numbers for the last, I would say, 15 minutes.
Yep, she opened strongly, and there we go, a 7.17, so she's right back in this one. A 7.17, the best number of this heat, so she's in a really good position. Needs to replace her 5.17. The requirement is now a 6.26, so she'll feel confident that she can do it on the strength of that last score.
Yeah, I think, with 7 minutes to go, I think Charlie Hurst, she have the time, to change the situation. A lot of momentum after that 7.17. She understand now. She doesn't need much. If she push a little bit harder on every maneuver that she does, that will get her that 6.26 with 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, I can see just the energy. She's sort of sprung back to life, and now she's looking to keep busy.
Yeah.
You can see Red is sticking to her like glue.
Yeah.
So Red does have priority, which means she has first right of way of any of the waves that come in. And she is going to be trying to get a little bit of breathing space between her and her Japanese surfer. There goes Reef Hazelwood. That's Taj Stokes trailing behind with the handy cam. And a nice little fist pump. Reef is one of the nicest guys you're ever going to come across, isn't he?
Oh, for sure. He's the first guy that always come to the competition area, and he's one of the last guy, and he's the guy always putting a big smile. He will always say G'day to you, even though my name is not G'day. G'day? There's a lot of G'day in Bali. G'day is one of the popular name in Bali, and then also popular things to say for all Aussies who come to Bali.
That is so true. I'm sure his mum Beth is tuning in. I'm sure half the Sunshine Coast as well is eagerly anticipating the men's semi-finals coming up. So big shout out to everyone tuning in here to the webcast. This is the Taiwan Open of Surfing, our final day of competition. And it is going to be super exciting once the men hit the water. The ladies have set a really good standard of competition thus far.
Yeah.
And you can see Red is not going to give Blue too much opportunity. She is following her everywhere she goes right now.
Yeah, I think Nanaho understand. Charlie Hurst just got a 7.17. She knows, the energy of Charlie is super high right now. And her strategy, Nanaho, is actually she want to distract her. She want to get, kind of stop that momentum, by getting, that back-to-back numbers. Because yesterday, there's a lot of people, getting the numbers on the way out.
Yep.
There's a wave come, and that's the number that they can score. And then what Nanaho is doing is, putting a glue on her leash probably. Everywhere she paddles, she's just gonna paddle. She's gonna faking it a little bit. You see what I what I mean there. But she got to be careful.
She does.
Priority judge is not gonna.
Wow, there we go. A priority change. So
she did paddle for that one.
She did. So the ladies have to be smart. There is a priority judge that sits up in the tower and watches very, very closely. So. She probably blocked Charlie going on that wave. So now Charlie has priority. I think you're going to see Red spring into action on this one.
Yeah, she's going to go to the right on this one. She just realized that she did a two mistake by letting the priority and also going on that wave. So, but either way, she doesn't have the priority. It's okay. But 3 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Charlie Hurst 6.26 to make an Aussie versus Japanese in the final, or letting the Japanese having another Japanese in the final. It's up to her. 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. So Charlie Hurst, we'll just see here the replay of the priority switch. So Red had priority and looked like Blue was wanting to go, had a look, and so that's a bit of a block, and rightly so. The judges flipped the priority to Blue. So right now, Charlie is in a really good position. She needs a 6.26, so that score pretty much falls right between her 7.17 and the 5.17. So she doesn't need to go as hard as her last wave, but she does need to go better than her first wave if she is going to make it through to the final here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. The webcast has been brought to you in absolutely stunning fashion. There's cameras all over the place. There's multiple angles going on. There's a drone flying in the sky. And it looks like Suzuki's just asking maybe for a time situation.
So yeah, Nanaho Suzuki with a 7 and a 6.43. Charlie Hurst with the highest score of this heat, a 7.17 and a 5.17. She's looking for a 6.26. And 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You know, pressure's on right now for Charlie. You know, she's a surfer that's capable to get that score. All she needs is just a nice wave, 2 turns, and 1 finishing. That will do the job for her to have her foot in the final.
Yeah, well, on the screen there, it is Charlie's mum in the white hat. You can see a little bit of nervous anticipation, really willing a wave to her daughter in the next 2 minutes. But Charlie is a cool and calm and collected competitor. She'll just be, you know, hoping a set pops up that allows her to unleash that really stylish forehand attack that we've seen throughout the event. And, you know, Red is not going to give her much room at all in the next 90 seconds. So I'm sure all the Aussies are hoping and praying that a little set pops up for Charlie.
Wow, just a little under 90 seconds, Justin. If Mother Nature, you know, will come and help Charlie Hurst on her last campaign here on the semifinal number 2, as we can see on the left, that's the next semifinalist on the men's draw.
Wow, I can see some little swell lines out the back, Tippy. There's just over a minute remaining, so opportunity may be coming Charlie Hurst's way. Let's have a look at this. This is going to be a real show-stopping finish either way. With 54 seconds on the clock, Charlie has spotted what I've seen from out the back, and she is on the move. She has first priority, so Blue now will want to capitalise on what is potentially the last set of this heat. Oh my goodness, I'm getting nervous for these two girls in the water. It could go either way here, but we need to see Charlie up and riding, and I think she is. She should. No, didn't like what she saw there.
Yeah, that wave is not offering much. Also, Justin, she's paddling to the right now, with 20 seconds to go. This is a bit heartbreaking for Charlie Hurst. You know, opting that 7.17. She have the momentum.
Yeah, but unfortunately, time is going to be her enemy. Super, super close result. You can see how close the scoreline is there, and she goes over and gives her competitor a hug, and that is the good part of competition surfing, that once the heat's over, you know, regardless of how it goes, the girls are always super supportive of one another. So it's going to be an all-Japanese final. Well done there to Nanaho Suzuki making it through. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be right back for men's semi-final action here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Well, welcome into the hot seat, Jada Lagarde. We just heard some massive applause, a big eruption, so I'm sure we'll get a replay of whatever just went on, but there we see Nanaho Suzuki making her way in. It's going to be an all-Japanese final for the women's QS 5000. Here we go. This is Reef Hazelwood. He must have done something big on this. Nice little float to get things started. Beautiful slicing turn. Nice little float again. And, yep, effortless air reverse from Reef Hazelwood, setting a really good standard in men's semi-final number 1.
Yeah, hey, good morning, and I don't understand how they do it with so much ease. He literally felt they looked like he didn't have any speed at all, and they just have this pop, and they go so high. It's very impressive.
Yep, a 7.17 for Hazelwood in the opening couple of minutes of semi-final 1. He'll be feeling good, and that is the exact sort of start that I'm sure all competitors are chasing here on finals day.
Yeah, that is a great way to start a heat. First wave, and he's definitely going to be feeling pretty confident coming into this semi-final.
Yeah, I was talking with Tippy before, and really contrasting styles between Reef Hazelwood in the blue and Hiroto Arai in the red. Hiroto's been sticking on the lefts. Reef's a goofy footer, so he's also going to want to go left, I reckon. And here we see a little bit of a set popping up.
Yeah, it's quite consistent today. It's so glassy, and it's looking great for this finals day of competition. I was just in the last heat with Marzi and all the Australian crew outside, and I saw Charlie, catch that 7, and everyone just erupted and screamed. There's hooting. It's a great energy down here.
Yeah, and I think the cool thing about our setup here is how close we actually are to the lineup. I know that Charlie would have been able to hear all that support and all the cheers, and yeah, we have on the screen our 2 semi-finalists, and yep, making memories. It's really cool to see, win, lose or draw, that everyone's really happy, and I think it's such a beautiful place. Taitung, it is really delivered for everyone. It's blown my expectations, and this guy living up to expectations is Hiroto Arai. His backhand has been as sharp as a samurai sword, just slicing and dicing his way through that one. A really consistent performer through the men's side of the draw, and we'll await a number for him with just under 30 minutes on the clock. We're running 35-minute heats. Talk us through the replay, G.
Yeah, so this is the opening turn, beautiful, right in the pocket, and he throws so much water every time. He wasted no time in between his turns and finished it off really strong. So this is going to be a really great heat.
It certainly is. I love his approach. He is really nimble and really sharp. Just the one sort of vertical section, so the score is locked in at a 4.83. He'll be hoping for a wave that just gives him a little bit more steepness to be able to unleash on. And there's still plenty of time on this one. So much time, so much opportunity here. And here we see Reef Hazelwood live action. I love Reef's springy, fast approach. Floats over that section with ease. You can see him building speed and crunches that section. So he's got a good aerial attack, as we know, but he's also able to match it with a lot of power. And that was a really strong finishing maneuver.
Yeah, that was, this is, for now we've only had turns. I'm excited because Reef has a really great variety in his repertoire of moves. So he wasted no time in between his turns, and here you see he hit that section so well and finished it off, stood up, showed the judges he completed. So, what were some of your highlights from the past few days?
Well, I loved seeing Willow Hardy make it through to finals day. I loved seeing Oni Anwar, get through to finals day as well. There's just been, so many clutch moments at this event. But I certainly liked, the officials being able to get out there and enjoy 30 minutes. We had our own little expression session yesterday. I loved being able to share the lineup with my colleagues and just have a bit of fun. It has been a really fun event, and that was just a really cool way to just release the pressure valves a bit. Everyone knew it was going to be a pretty short finals day today, so an opportunity to get out there and share some waves with your mates was pretty cool. There was a lot of people on the beach, a really great sort of crowd and atmosphere going on. But what is really great is the surfing getting thrown down by Blue. He has improved his situation, a 7.37 for Reef Hazelwood, so amassing a 14.54 two-wave total in the first 10 minutes of this heat. A really good job. And right now, the requirement, a 9.71 for Red, but we won't rule him out of this one because he's only got one wave on the board. That requirement will reduce once he catches a second wave. We're going to throw to Tippy Jarbrick, who is with our second women's finalists. Over to you, Tippy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Justin. I'm here with the last winner of the semi-final, and moving into the final, we have Nana here from Japan. So tell me a little bit, Nana. You were surfing really, really smart. What was your strategy out there?
Yeah, I'm so nervous because the slow waves, but yeah, I'm lucky to get good waves. Yeah, I'm so happy.
Okay, I'm not going to take too much of your time, Nana. Yeah, so you want to tell a little bit about about your campaign here? You want to say something to your family back home in Japanese?
Yeah. 今現地で応援してくれてるロキシチームのみんなも、ライブを見て応援してくださってる皆さんも、本当にありがとうございます。次のラウンドも頑張ります。
Nanaho Suzuki, straight into the final. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, keeping it short and sharp. She's obviously got to prepare. She's up in just under an hour's time, pretty much. So the women's final not too far away, and it's going to be two Japanese ladies in that one, as we see Reef Hazelwood keeping busy, opting for his backhand here, connecting with the pocket a couple of times. I like how he puts these little transition floaters in, and always just so dynamic, explodes on that inside section and shows his innovation. That was really good surfing from Reef.
Yeah, and he got that wave under priority, so I'm not sure how Arai's going to be feeling about that right now. Starting off when your opponent's already starting off so strong, I'm sure the nerves are starting to kick in. This is Reef's third wave, 2 turns of floater to get around that section and finish it off with a spin. Wow. That is some great surfing going on right now.
Yeah, well, sort of mixing up the two different approaches. I guess he's got a strong and powerful foundation to his surfing, but he's also got a deep bag of tricks that he can pull into, whether on his backhand or his forehand. So I really like it. It's visually appealing, and I like the little exclamation mark he's putting on the end of all his maneuvers. So as we see the drone shot here, some beautiful swell lines pushing into Jinzun Harbour. This event has been going for quite some time, but this is probably the smallest it's been over the event's history. But the waves have still been super, super fun, and not favouring a goofy footer or natural footer. It's a perfect peak out there, offering rights and lefts all the time. Last score has locked in for Reef, a throwaway 6.73. So you can tell you've had a pretty good heat when you're throwing away high sixes. And right now, Hirota Arai will be hoping for something in that sort of good to very good range. He is paddling hard for this one, so let's see what the Japanese surfer can do. He has been really lethal on his backhand, up and riding, hard off the bottom, big slicing turn. Doesn't like what he sees down the line, so he gets out of there. He knows that he's got to find the right wave to do the right surfing. So just a one manoeuvre wave, but it will improve his situation. There we go, a 2.93. His requirement still a 9.71 to catch a really red-hot Reef Hazelwood right now.
Yeah, and Reef has been on fire this whole event. He's barely made any mistakes throughout his heat, and he's been really a solid surfer. He's as you said, he's really easy to watch on the eye when he's on a wave, and so much flow and speed throughout his turns.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to see Reef from a really young age. He came over to Western Australia to compete at Taj's Small Fries in Yallingup. He also won an under-16 national junior title at Yallingup, so really familiar with the waves around home where I'm from in West Oz. And ever since then, he's been on a really steep trajectory, and I really look forward to seeing this guy, battle away on the Challenger Series and, one day potentially make the CT, because I think his surfing is there. He's got all the right things. He's got the air game. He's got the solid power base, whether on his forehand or his backhand. So Reef Hazelwood has been highly touted for many years, and for mine, a guy that will, he's amongst that new generation of Australia's best young surfers who, we can look forward to seeing challenging in bigger and bigger events as the years go on.
Yeah, and Hiroto Arai as well. I've heard he's been competing for a long time, so I'm sure he knows what he has to do to get past this heat, and he'll be just waiting for that wave. He quickly pulled off the last one, and it shows that he knows what he's looking for.
100%. He knows that he needs a good wave to get a good score. Reef Hazelwood now 2 sevens on the board. And right now, a 4.83, the best of Reds. He'll be hoping for something a little bit better in the next 21 minutes. And we, before just on screen, saw some of the Japanese contingent who are here to support the man out there in red, Hiroto Arai.
Wow, I don't know if you saw that, but Reef is sticking really close to Hiroto. Like, as soon as Hiroto paddled for a wave, he went, and you can see Reef starting to already play those mind games so early on in this heat.
Yeah, well, he's applied scoreboard pressure, and now if he can apply a little bit of mental pressure to the Japanese surfer, this heat could be Reef's for the taking. He is eyeing off a spot in the final. 3,000 points up for grabs if you are able to take out the Taiwan Open of Surfing. And, Reef is a really experienced competitor, so he knows what... and he also probably knows the capabilities that Arai has, so he doesn't want to give him any free rein on the lineup. He's going to stick to him and, just let him know that, hey, mate, you might have... you might have the skills, but I've got first priority and I'm going to use them. And right now, Reef doesn't really even need to catch another wave. He just needs to control the lineup.
Yeah, I agree. He is not letting go of Hiroto Arai. He wants to keep him really close to make sure he doesn't get any opportunity to get even a close score. He's not letting go.
Now, Reef is a super focused young man. He's competed, he's travelled. We're lucky enough to have him in here on the couch earlier this week, and he said that he really likes competing. He also likes free surfing. He likes putting edits and clips together, and this guy likes going left. Those are two strong manoeuvres, so he's been able to really extract some good numbers even off some smaller waves. So the judges will look at the quality of those manoeuvres, and I think he will improve his situation. With just on 19 minutes, Reef let him go because Reef doesn't really need to do too much right now with a couple of sevens under the belt. And here's the replay of Reds. Talk us through it.
Here he goes straight in the pocket, slides the tail slightly, and that one went a little more vertical. This was a shorter wave than I'm guessing he wanted. But yeah, Reef let him go knowing that maybe he couldn't get that 971 on that wave.
Yeah, Reef has been free surfing. He's been here in Taiwan for, over a week now. So he has a really good understanding of the lineup. Has, studied this morning's conditions really closely. And there you go. You can see just controlling the tempo of this heat. He has priority. So even with first priority, he doesn't want to give Red too much free rein. So... Reef is sticking to him, and we saw Arai being able to sort of lock in scores as we see Blue here using his priority. So Reef, this is a good looking wave, beautiful first manoeuvre, a second slice, another strong cutback, and kicks out of that one. So don't think it'll go into his top two, but Keeping red off that one was the aim of the game, and prior to that wave for blue, Hirota Arai did lock in his best number, a 5.13. So his two-wave total just under 10 points. His requirement has reduced. He still needs something excellent. And talk us through this wave.
This is a replay of Reef's last wave. A really nice carve, really opened up his shoulders. He, you know, that wave didn't offer so much wall as the other ones to maybe go as vertical as he would have wanted. But with 2 7s, I'm sure he's not enjoying or having as much fun, I would say. But he's definitely feeling comfortable.
Now we see the competitor area. We've got Marama in the foreground, the red-hot Philippine surfer. A couple of the Aussies in the background. We've got Cooper Davies there, George Pitta, Taj Stokes, Hinata from Burleigh as well. So a good turnout, and they're all here to support their charger in the blue, Reef Hazelwood, who right now is in a really good position in semi-final number 1 of the men's.
Something I really enjoyed the other day that Reef mentioned was that when he makes his surf edits, he considers them art.
Yep.
I thought that was a really beautiful way to explain what, you know, kind of his thought process and what his idea is of all of his clips.
Well, there you see on screen the Indonesian warrior, Oni Anwar, just checking out his equipment. Just he buckled his favourite board yesterday, so he's on his backup sled, and looks like he's got a little bit of tape on the nose, so maybe it got damaged in transition, or the cobblestones they're slippery. It is probably one of the hardest spots to get in or out of. Have you taken a tumble?
I've taken a tumble for sure. It was, I'm happy no one saw it and there was no live television all the time. But yeah, I took a tumble. I'm sure you have you?
Yeah, my fins have, one of them in particular is a little bit busted up. So I was making my way out a few days ago, and yep, I was doing my best Elvis Presley impersonation, just slipping and sliding on the rocks. So yep, it's a tricky spot to get in and out of. The cobblestones here have really defined the lineup. They run all the way out to where we can see our competitors now. But got any secrets for navigating the rocks for anyone that might be thinking of coming here to Jinzun Harbour?
Check where you're stepping. Maybe put a light foot on, see how slippery it is, and then when you're 100% sure, then go. Or I have proceeded to just crawling. I crawl up. I don't mind.
Classic. Just under 15 minutes. I've actually been waxing the top of my feet, and you know, the rocks are really slippery. You don't want that bit of grime on your feet as you get out there. But having a look at that one was Reef Hazelwood. But there are rocks that are a little bit more slippery than others. Have you found that? There's some sort of more textured rocks that are nowhere near as slippery as the black ones with that sort of little bit of green slime on them.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely some that are slightly more slippery than others. So that's why you have to just take a quick check. Take your time. No one's in a rush here.
Yep.
So just go for it, you know.
Yeah, I guess these beautiful cobblestones have rolled down from the mountains behind us over many, many years, and shaped the lineup and shaped this amazing coastline. We were lucky enough to stop in this morning at one of the little sort of portside towns. Last couple of afternoons we've you know, made some stops and checked out the coast. We were lucky enough to climb up to the high point of Taitung City, and how good was that view last night?
Yeah, that was amazing, especially with the sunset and all the really pink lilac colors in the sky. It was a really great plan. The sun goes down really early here, so we had to rush it.
Yeah, we did. Very short time frame to, you know, extract that last little bit of light. And obviously we're in the southeast corner. These big mountains that we've got here sort of block that setting sun on the west coast. So sort of gets dark around about 5:30. So we got up there around about 5:15, I'd say. But yeah, there was just cotton candy in the sky. Obviously a pretty busy city with the weekend now upon us. And yeah, it was really just a cool vantage point. So I've definitely been ticking a few tourist boxes, and I think you have to do that as a surfer. It's good to check out the waves, but it's also good to check out the amazing scenery and culture and you know, what all these cool parts of Asia have to offer.
Yeah, as we see Hiroto, I think that was, oh no, sorry, that was Reef on that last one, starting to, you know, take his turns to the next level as he's already gotten those 2 scores under his belt.
Yeah, another highlight for me was the little team edit that our mate Noah put together. It's just such a good vibe amongst the staff, amongst the people here in Taiwan. We pigged out on dumplings again, 3rd night in a row at our favourite little restaurant. I think we're going to have to mix it up this evening, G. Maybe go somewhere a little bit different, but when you find a good place, you want to keep going back.
Yeah, I'm definitely a creature of habit, so once I have something I like, I tend to go back quite often. And those, we found not only dumplings, but the pancakes.
Oh, I could eat those things all day long. I had 2 servings last night, and they're hard to explain, but they're these sort of pastry wrapped with some really flavoured meat and a little bit of vegetables in them. But for me, definitely the highlight of my trip has been the beef pancake. So if you are tuning in, I can't speak highly enough of this destination, not only for surfing, but also for culture, for a vibrant city and some amazing food. Cool little night markets going on. There's a lot of different, unique sort of shops and vendors that are around the city, and it's just a really cool place to go for a walk in the evenings.
Yeah, there's so much going on, especially now that the weekend's on. The night market is going to be really crazy and full of life. There's the games. There's all these really exotic foods to try. So I'm sure whoever comes down here is going to be absolutely mind blown by how amazing this place is. The views right behind us, we have the mountains that everyone says looks like Tahiti or Hawaii. And on screen, Oni Anwar, the Prince of Lakey Peak.
Yep, he is looking really focused. He's just going to rehydrate prior to the heat. It's pretty hot and sunny out there, so 35-minute heats. You definitely want to make sure your body has all the electrolytes and all the goodness it needs to perform out there, because this is a really crucial heat coming up for Oni. He's been competing for many years, and you know how much and how special these moments are for him still. He's going up against Jarvis Earl, who has been probably one of the form surfers of the event so far, but you can see the preparation, just making sure there's no wax on the bottom of his chilly surfboard there. He's probably so in tune with his equipment he could feel even the smallest little bit of wax on the bottom of his board.
Yeah, and he's stuck through the epoxy boards throughout this whole event. That, as we've seen, many of the athletes have stuck to epoxy. As this is Hiroto Arai.
Whoa.
Wow, that second turn is definitely the money turn in this wave. Looking for a 9.41 as this wave takes all the way to the inside. So I think he'll definitely be improving on his 4.83 on that one.
Yeah, that was really good surfing. He has been able to make it through to this part of the event by going left the whole time. Here's the replay. Nice, strong first turn, but for me, this was the money turn. High and vertical, tight in the pocket. Has to slice back on the open face a little bit, and just keeping the board moving rail to rail. And nice finishing maneuver there for our Japanese surfer, who is currently in second place. He's stuck in those mid-range sort of 4s and 5s right now, but for me, that was his best number, and I think he'll be improving his situation. He'll still be in second. It definitely wasn't, you know, the 9.41 that he requires on a single wave, but if he can improve his situation in his 2-wave score, he'll reduce that requirement with 8 minutes on the clock. Semi-final 1 here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, the men's QS 3000 event is playing out in front of us. And to the surf fans right across the world tuning in, do come to Taiwan. It's a really cool place. We're in the southeast corner of the island, and it has been providing non-stop action and plenty of highlights for surfers and staff alike. And there we see Oceania. He's taken a little bit more time to navigate his way down the rocks because, you know, no one's in a rush, as you said. Take your time. You don't want to have a slip or a tumble prior to a really important heat like this. Oni said he cracked his favourite set of fins earlier in the week. He earned only one backup set. And on the scoreboard, a 6.10. So a good score has locked in for Red. His requirement has reduced. It is still a pretty high number, an 8.44 required for Red to make it through to the final.
Yeah, and this is Reef. A beautiful turn. Oh, this is the recap of this heat. This was one of Reef's 7 that he caught earlier in the heat, in the first 5 minutes actually. There is no better way to start off a semifinal, and this turn as he just drops the wallet and rides out of it perfectly. This is our surfer in red, Hiroto Arai, using his super strong and sharp backhand. Really opens up the shoulders when going up. That helps him go more vertical and helps him really hit into the pocket.
Yeah, exactly right. So the first wave for Red was his 6.1. This is the 5.13. So Red has he's done a good job, but he really needs to find a wave that lets him get up into the top end of the scale. With 6 minutes on the clock, Blue has first priority, and he's going to go here on his backhand. So Reef Hazelwood, doesn't matter which way he's going, his surfing is really good. I think he was going for something a little bit more there. Was only able to get the fins a little bit loose, slid the tail. But now, with first priority, is our surfer in red, the Japanese surfer, chasing an 8.44. And I can see some swell lines approaching him. He's stuck to his guns all event long. I don't think he's gone right once, so really favouring his backhand, but it's super sharp and super crisp. So here he goes.
Here is Hiroto Arai on a bigger set wave, looking for an 844. Does that first turn straight into that second turn, using that backhand that's taken him all the way to the semifinals. He's wasting no time in between these turns and looking for a strong finish. He is feeling pumped up. He's looked at the judges, beat his chest, saying, I'm back.
Yeah, we've seen a few really strong claims for him. You know, as a surfer, you know when a wave feels good, and this is the replay. It's a larger set wave, a softer turn, but that one was good. Drifted up and over that section, threw it up there once again, and yeah, it just feels good when you connect with a wave and stomps the finish, throws the arms up, goes, come on! So we'll await the score for Red, but it felt good to him. It looked good to us. We'll leave it in the hands of our international panel of judges upstairs. Obviously, there's 5 of them that throw scores. The top score is thrown away, the bottom score is thrown away, and there you see the average, a 7.93. So he is well and truly back in this. The best number of the heat. You can see he's heard the score, he's slapped the water, and he is paddling out with some great purpose now, G.
Yeah, he's definitely excited, and he must be so pumped. He was waiting for that set wave the whole time. He was a little more quiet than Reef, I would say, and waited a longer time, but now Reef with priority, as we saw earlier in the heat, is not going to make it easy for him to catch another wave like that. That was definitely one of the money turns in this wave, and he took it all the way down to the inside. I love that he wasted no time and finished it off really strong.
Yeah, definitely pumped with that one. So, channeling some good energy and a lot of good vibes going on there. So, Hiroto Arai, he is well and truly back in the game now. A 6.61 his requirement. And Reef is going to go. Keeps him off it. So the Queenslander slicing off the top. Holds his rail through that turn a bit better. Nice little check turn, and yeah, throws it into reverse. Does his own little version of the claim. So just flexing out. You can see the Aussies there. A strong contingent of supporters getting behind him. Alistair Reginato, that is Micah Margison. So all the boys they've had a really good time. You can see, despite not making it through to finals day, they're all hanging out. They're all really happy to be here in Taiwan. And this is the replay. G, talk us through it.
Yeah, opens this up really nice with that. The fin slightly drifting. And I love this turn he does. He throws so much water and reverses it at the end. Does his fist pump as well. This is going to also end up in a contest of the best claim.
There's been a couple solid claims getting thrown down. I think Reef's one of the guys that just lets his surfing do the talking. But with 2 minutes on the clock, there it is. A 7.70, so he does improve his situation. A 7.7 and a 7.37 for Reef Hazelwood does increase their requirement for Hiroto Arai to a 7.14. So Reef did really well to pick that wave off, and he has improved his situation. There is 90 seconds remaining in semi-final number 1. It is currently blue leading, red in second with first priority, looking to lock in a 7.14. Who is going to be our first men's finalist here in Taiwan?
Yeah, as we see Reef using his, tactics again to stay close to Hiroto, try and sell him on a wave maybe that will not give him the score he needs. With 1 minute left, Hiroto is looking out the back, hoping for something to come his way.
Yeah, 1 minute now, 1 minute. This has been a really good matchup. It's blue has led for the entire heat, but Hiroto has the best number of the matchup, a 7.93. He is looking to improve on his backup in the next 35 seconds if he is going to be a finalist. And let's see. He has pulled out some buzzer-beating moments throughout the event, so looks like the boys are tracking. They're zigging, they're zagging, they're not really giving too much away from each other.
As we see, this could be Hiroto's last chance to get that score. They're paddling very fast. There might be something out the back that we just can't see, but it does not seem like he'll have the time.
No, he's conceded the victory to Reef Hazelwood, and the Aussies are pretty pumped with that. So it will be Reef Hazelwood through to the final. Next semi-final will be up very shortly, featuring Oni Anwar in the red and Jarvis Earl in the blue. We're probably going to take a short break and be back with semi-final number 2 of the men's here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
在台九线长长道路上，一旁就是那无尽的海洋。
Taitung Start， 旅行是一场灵感的捉迷藏。
台东是个美丽的地方，也是个很真实的地方。一起来寻找新的方向。Taitung Start。
The action keeps on coming here in Jinzun Harbour. It is someone's birthday.
It's Reef's birthday.
Oh, it's Reef Hazelwood's birthday on final day. The Aussie competitors are all getting around there, man. He just went crazy in that last heat. Here's our first finalist, beating Hiroto Arai, who was beaten but not bowed. A 14.03 total for Hiroto. Testament to the performance it took from Reef. A 15.07 total for Reef to book his first finals ticket. It's an all Japanese final in the QS 5000 ladies side of the draw. Can Jarvis Earl replicate Reef's heroics in the blue jersey to book an all Aussie final for the men? Or can Oni Anwar fly the Merah Putih, the red and the white flag of Indonesia, and make his way through to the final? He has won here before in 2016. Chris Binns in the booth alongside me. Italian, Argentinian, Indonesian surfer Giada Lagati. How are you, G?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
Oh, pretty damn good. I was just out on the deck soaking up. That's us. Hello. Soaking up the atmosphere. It's a beautiful day down here. Conditions are pretty flawless, and the atmosphere is electric. Big crowd. People have come. It's a 40-minute drive from Taitung City to where we are here at Jinzun Harbour. A lot of people have done the drive. There's normally 100 photographers on the beach today. There are thousands of them. There are data storage warehouses melting down all over Taiwan at the moment with the amount of shots that are being taken. And they would have taken a ton of photos of Reef Hazelwood in that last heat. What did you make of his performance?
Wow, he was on fire from start to end. He did not lose control of that heat in any moment. You saw in the first 30 minutes, he got his 2 scores and was already marking Hiroto. So it was a great performance and shows just how mature his surfing and competition is.
Okay, well, speaking of Reef, the birthday boy is down with Justin Majex right now.
Yeah, thanks, Chris Binns. I'm here with the birthday boy, Reef Hazelwood. Mate, great performance. You really opened really strongly there, and you applied a bit of pressure to Gerardo. He's a great surfer. How are you feeling to be into the final?
Yeah, really stoked. Yeah, definitely just a good day for me all around. So, yeah, super stoked. Waves were fun in that heat. I felt really good, getting those 2 scores just really quick, and felt like the first half of the heat was done perfectly, and then made a couple of mistakes in the back half. So, looking to clean up all the mistakes and hopefully have nothing wrong in the final.
Mate, you've been here for some time. You've got a great read on the lineup. 2-7 straight off the bat. That must feel good in the semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just always wanting to build through each heat, and so hopefully I can bring out my best performance in the final.
2 really good competitors in semi-final number 2. Obviously, you can only worry about your own performance, but Oni Anwar, Jarvis Earl, both great competitors. Who are you hoping to go up against in the final?
Oh, I mean, I love both of them, and I wouldn't want one to get knocked out. I want to see both of them do well, and I think they've both got the air game. Jarvis has been in my eyes probably the person to beat this event, so it'd be sick to maybe trying to go up against him and maybe take him down and get him off his little hot streak.
Yep, they've both been surfing well, but you've been ripping as well. Mate, I'm stoked for you. Happy birthday once again, and best of luck for the final.
Thanks so much, Justin. Appreciate it.
There we go. It took a while. Reef was sitting on the fence. They're both great competitors. Oni's doing this and Jarvis is doing that, but eventually he had to say he'd rather see Jarvis in the final so he could beat him. I like that. I like that a lot. Bit of aggression from Reef. He's, one of the loveliest humans you'll ever meet, so it's nice to see him get a little bit ruthless. That's you're not as good as Reef without some kind of competitive streak. Here is the guy that he wants to see in the final. Jarvis Earl, fleet-footed, goofy-footer, lightning quick, and a bit too quick there. His foot slipping off on that tail slide. He has a 4.33 and a 4.17 to his name. Oni Anwar opened up with a .43. Has another score still to come.
Yeah, I'm sure all of Indonesia is watching and tuning in right now as we see the replay of Jarvis. A beautiful first turn, goes a little over the lip and slices it back to the whitewash as he looks for a finish here. And he does those in his sleep.
Yeah, he did a huge backhand big spin yesterday in the expression session. And it's almost skateboarder-esque, the way that he throws his board around under his feet with so much ease. So a pair of fours for Jarvis there on two really small waves. So, you know, the judges, they've been pretty consistent all week with sort of showing the competitors that they want to see them on the bigger set waves. And here goes Jarvis again. This one, he'll need to put the foot down to get around. Bit of a foam climb to build up some speed. Releases the tail. Things are looking good now. This wave standing up, letting him find a bit of rhythm. And just, there he goes. Just great pace from start to finish for Jarvis. And you imagine that's going to dislodge one of his fours. He still won't be happy with that though. 26 minutes 20 to go. Oni Anwar sitting with priority out the back. His opening wave is a 4.1. He's looked at the right, decided on the left, decided on nothing at all. Pulls the handbrake and gets out of there. 26 minutes to go. Score still to come in for Jarvis's last wave. That's where we're at. This is Jinzun Harbour. And that obviously is the view out to sea. There is an island out there somewhere that was a prison back in the day. So Taiwan's own Alcatraz. And here goes Oni Anwar. Right-hander throws up the air reverse and tail dives on landing. So it goes down. Can't ride out of that one.
Yeah, especially after Jarvis's heat performance yesterday. Oni knows that he's going to have to go really big today to be able to take Jarvis Earl down. Like we've said, maybe he'll see if he can take him off his hot streak.
Okay, so this is Jarvis Earl, 5.83, definitely his best wave so far. Just fluent from start to finish. A little bit of variety. We saw the tail drift. That turns bread and butter for Jarvis, but a 5.83, the best wave of the heat so far. 25 minutes to go, so 10 minutes off the clock, 10.5 to run. And Jarvis Earl is taking it to Oni Anwar early. The veteran Indonesian competitor won't be rattled at all. Oni has surfed thousands of QS and Challenger Series events over the years. He surfed in a couple of CTs, competed at Karamas back in the day. Wouldn't you love to see the WSL bring Karamas back to the championship tour?
I would. Not only is it an amazing wave, but even the whole setup. You know, you have the commune right in front of the wave, so you can be sitting in the pool and see all the live action just a few hundred meters away from you. No need for any screens or anything. The food is great, it's sunny, and everyone really enjoys that spot.
All right, you've convinced me. I am going to fly to Bali tomorrow and go to commune on Monday.
Oh, I'll see you there. Especially now, it's starting to rain a lot back at home, so that whole East Coast starts to light up this time of year.
And hopefully the rain drives away the crowds a little bit. 23.5 minutes to go. Big crowd in attendance here at Jinzun Harbour today. This is the biggest day of the year on the Taiwanese surfing calendar, the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It's in its 12th edition. We've had a little pause. The international contingent haven't been here since 2019. I believe it ran in our absence, though, as the national championships, which is great. And the level of surfing here in Taiwan goes from strength to strength, led by Rory and Leanne McDonald, who come from Kenting, which is a little town a couple of hours south of here. And in the last couple of years, while we've all been stuck overseas, the level has really gone up. And we've seen some great performances this week from all the Taiwanese surfers, and they are young and they are hungry, and they've got such an incredible wave to practice on right here at Jinzun Harbour that expect things to get better and better for the Taiwanese. We saw plenty of Taiwanese surfers make their way out of round one and compete in round two, and you just know that every year there'll be a couple who make their way through to round three, and then round four, and the quarters and the semis, and who knows, maybe one day the Taiwanese surfer can raise the trophy here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Massive shout out to Kathy and Bebe and the local crew who are stalwarts of the Taiwanese surfing community. Here in Jinzun, there's all these little hostels that are full of surfers on the backpacker trail. Lots of Japanese surfers fly over. Nanano Suzuki, she's a Japanese surfer. She's never been here to compete. She's just been here to surf. So the Japanese love it. And I think the more events like this we run, the more international surfers from all over the place are going to love it. I'm sure you've had plenty of people hit you up about your posts on Instagram, wondering where you're at and how the waves look so good.
Oh, yes, I've definitely had a few messages, and especially with all the paparazzi on the beach, I've had quite a few photos to post on my Instagram this morning. One of them came up and gave me 2 printed photos, which I actually think is quite special nowadays, having that paper in your hands.
Yeah, I might have to start surfing in a bikini. I'm not sure. I've surfed more than anyone this week. I'm on a bright red surfboard. It's fairly obvious, and I don't think there's been a single photo of me. And yet, gee, you just thousands of tags every day. Here goes WSL flying down the line. Big tail high whip. And stands tall out of that one. That is definitely going to go into his top 2. Keen to see where the judges go with the score. Obviously, that end turn was explosive. You know, you think if you go a 6-ish kind of range, you're saying, look, we love that, but you can do it on a bigger wave and maybe combo it up with a few more turns, and then we're going to start looking at 7s and 8s. You know, maybe an air for a 9 or a 10.
Yeah, I think so too. There wasn't too much before that big last turn. As we see here, the replay, here's his first turn. You know, it was just a check turn, and he went for this massive reverse. It was very impressive looking back.
7.67, so a huge score from WSL. And yeah, it was set up beautifully, and it all came down to this one. Really got the tail nice and high. Beautiful style, that tweak back knee, and rode out of that ever so smoothly on the bolts, as the skateboarders would say. And WSL a 7.67, pair that with a 5.83, and he is out in the lead. Oni Anwar is not quite in the combination, but he's looking for a 9.4. He will want to get rid of his 4.1, that's currently his highest score, and bring himself a little bit closer to Jarvis. 19.5 minutes ago, so tons of time on the clock. WSL definitely setting the pace right now with a 7.67 and a 5.83 to be out in the lead.
Yeah, Oni just not finding that rhythm yet in this heat, but we saw Hiroto Arai do almost, you know, make that score again in the last minutes, so I'm sure Oni is very capable of doing that himself. He's definitely been quite patient. So as we see some lines coming through.
Yep, priority is with Oni. And he had a look at that. He's clearly looking south at the left. Of course, growing up at Lakey's, he's very familiar with the peak. The right at Lakey's, the shorter, more intense wave. The left, the big barrel that rifles down the reef. Here goes Oni on his backhand. First turn was strong. He's got some pace now. Floats over that section, but unfortunately the wave races off without him. So that will be a minor score for Oni. Flips priority over to Jarvis with 18 minutes to run.
Yeah, we have extended the heats to 35 minutes, so it gives those surfers the extra time to be a little bit more picky with what waves they want, and, you know, be more comfortable and to show their best. Oni not really what he was looking for in that last wave. As we see him go again, this wave looking a little bit bigger. Sorry, Jarvis.
Yeah, watch out. Here he goes, flying down the line. Opening turn. He sort of opened the shoulders, thrashed the blade around, and then the air rev. And, well, it was a similar approach to his previous wave, but a much smaller wave. Didn't have the same kind of dynamic flow and impact, and not much reaction from his mates. They're too busy singing happy birthday to Reef and losing it to Jarvis's first wave. So you imagine that the previous 7.67, this will be a slightly smaller version of that for a very similar wave. 17 minutes to go.
Yeah, that first one was a bigger wave, and I felt like he threw the tail a little higher as well. The section was just more vertical on his previous wave. This is the replay, a really nice carve, and throws it again. He has done this again and again and took him all the way to the semis, hoping to make the final today. Something I really enjoy about watching Jarvis surf is that he always has a really big smile after he pulls off every single wave.
His teeth are so white. Unbelievable. All right, here he goes again. Smaller wave, opens the shoulders, gets a little bit drift out of the tail, goes backwards. Little karate chop into that one. Third wrap, and he kicks out of there. So a bit of variety on that one. I didn't mind it at all. Again, under priority. He's just going to sniff around slightly inside Oni and roll the dice on a few smaller ones and see if a wave stands up and, you know, all of a sudden offers him an opportunity to bank a bunch of points. Previous wave for Jarvis was a 5.67. Doesn't go into his top two. Here is Oni trying to get back into the picture. Air reverse, grabs the tail, points all three fins at the beach, stomps it, rides out, and then the wave absolutely vanishes underfoot. So one turn for Oni. We saw him drop a high 7 for a very similar turn to win a heat on the buzzer a couple of days ago. He creased his board in the process. Oh, it was only yesterday.
No, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
The buzzer beater was the day before.
So Oni needs a number. Anything over a 4 is going to bring down his requirement. It was just the one turn. There are the competitors. They know they're on camera. The highlight of the expression session that we were fortunate to have yesterday wasn't surfing. It was the commentary.
Yeah, that commentary.
Cooper Davies and Xavier Huxtable were on fire. It was incredible. Shout out to Corona, who are one of our sponsors this week. Unrelated, of course. Last wave for Jarvis at 4.6. That doesn't matter. The last wave for Oni was a 5.3. That sure does matter. That's his best wave. Brings down his requirement. He's now chasing an 8.2. Very gettable. An excellent score, but easily attainable for the high-flying, flamboyant Sumbawan himself, Oni Anwar.
Yeah, you could see the surfers in this heat are much more separate in the last. Reef did not let any space for Hiro to arrive from beginning to end. He was shadowing him, and just as I say that, Jarvis starts to paddle a little closer to Oni, you know, having that priority just to make sure Oni has less opportunity to get that 8.2.
You know, Oni is building a surf camp at Lakey's?
Yes. Also his house in front of cobblestones.
Yeah. I love the concept of going somewhere and staying with the local surfer of the caliber of Oni, who's just been such a great ambassador for Indonesian surfing over the years and is now wanting to, invite more surfers into his life and showcase his part of the world. Here's Jarvis Earl doing it on his backhand this time. Lightning quick down the line. And, wow, that turn was huge. Big bucket of spray. Releases the tail once again. How he fitted 4 turns into that, I am not sure. But, wow, he has put together some scores on his forehand. And then he said, you know what? This little right doesn't look too bad. And has just sashimi'd that thing from start to finish. Talk us through it, Giada.
Here he does that first turn and straight into that second one. Goes so vertical, but here throws so much water in that turn and finishes it off with a reverse. He is on fire.
He sure is. It's going to go into his top 2. It's a 6.07, so extends his lead ever so slightly. Oni is now on the hunt for an 8.44. 12 minutes 40 to go. I wonder if Jarvis can skateboard, because he looks like he's got a few of those tricks that everything underfoot is so reflexive. And his great mate and mentor Julian Wilson can definitely skateboard. they first met on one of Julian's seriously fun grommet camps. And I think a few of Julian's sponsors saw that as some talent ID, because Jarvis has well and truly come into the fold with a couple of the brands that sponsor Julian. And they've done plenty of trips together, little shoots for Red Bull and that kind of thing over the years. We've also seen Jarvis do a great little shoot with the Red Bull Taiwan crew. He got here a week early, and the Red Bull guys paired him up with some local surfing talent, and he explored a little bit further up and down the coast away from Jinzun Harbour. Got to meet some of the local guys, and yeah, some great content. You can find it on the Red Bull Taiwan page or through Jarvis's own page. And yeah, it's been great getting to find out a little bit more about Jarvis this week, and also the Taiwanese surfing and the Taiwanese culture. He's really enjoyed the experience, and that big bright white smile of his has been flashing around all over the place.
And it seems to be a really, a trademark of his, because even in Korean Nias, something that came up a lot during his interviews was how happy he looks all the time and how stoked he is to be in everywhere he goes.
11 minutes. His last wave was a 6.07. Oni, just a minor score. A 3.67 doesn't factor into his top two. Here goes Jarvis. This was as much to keep Oni off this wave as anything else, but he might have found himself a really good opportunity to take the sky. Backhand air reverse. Rides out of it, and the competitors' deck next to us erupts. Here goes Oni on his backhand. Big blast on the first turn through a ton of water, but unfortunately the wave not cooperating. And it says priority next to Oni's name. I can't imagine he has priority at the moment, though. They'll both make their way back out. Talk us through this one, Jada.
This is a replay. He just takes it all the way down to line and tail high reverse on his backhand. He is doing these airs like nothing ever happened.
You can't miss at the moment. 10 minutes remaining. Will this go into Jarvis Earl's top two?
Oh, I think it possibly could. Even though he didn't do much before it, that was an amazing air. I would be super stoked to do something like that. So, Binzi, how was your expression session yesterday?
It was so much fun. Gee, it's hard when the boot's on the other foot. We had a bunch of the surfers get on the mics, and I've done a lot of beach commentary over the years. Last score for Jarvis Earl, a 6.27, so things do get a little bit tougher for Oni. He's now looking for an 8.64. So Jarvis's last wave dislodges his 6.07, ups his ante by 0.2. He's not hanging around doing any form of maths, though. He's looking at this left out in front, realising there's nothing there and kicking out. So Oni Anwar with priority has an 8.64. Yeah, as I was saying, a couple of the competitors got on the mic, and when we commentate, we try to be fair. They were very harsh in their assessments of our surfing, and gee, your knees just turn to jelly when you've got... there's 1,000 photographers on the beach at all times, but you don't really know any of them. All of a sudden, the whole competitors' deck is watching you, and you just... newfound respect for competitors who do it with some pressure, because I found the experience awful. Here's Oni Anwar on his backhand. Couple of turns, and he is out of there. That's going to be a minor score.
Yeah, looking at his body language, he knows that is definitely not what he was looking for. Trying to get some space from Jarvis as Oni starts paddling to the other side, but Jarvis, seeing that, follows right behind him, playing a little bit of cat and mouse already.
So, yeah, back to the expression session. It's something we've always talked about at events, and it finally happened yesterday, and it was actually a really fantastic atmosphere. It added a lot to this whole event. The competitors and the officials, they sort of united. There's a lot of respect. The judges yesterday were on fire. They cleaned up every division, and the surfers were loving it. Head judge Ty Conahan actually took the expression session out, and I think it was a really cool experience that added a lot to the makeup of this event. Here goes Oni Anwar, big tail high reverse, rides out of that one. throws his hands up almost to say, like, surely that gets me back into the running. 7.5 minutes to go. He needs an 8.64. It's not going to go that high, but anything over a 5.3 will narrow the gap further once again.
Here is that replay. He takes
Whoa.
to the air. That was very impressive from Oni. Probably imagining being back at Lakey right, sorry.
That was a great air. It was a small wave. It's amazing he got so much pop. But there it is, a 6.73 for Oni Anwar. Definitely brings him back into the picture. Tightens things right up. Oni now looking for a 7.22. And he knows that if he can get a 6.73 for one turn, it's not going to take much more for him to get that 7.22. And that, you know, his 6.73 is better than Jarvis's backup of a 6.27. So this is even Stevens right now. Jarvis, you know, significantly almost 2 points out in front on the scoreboard, but Oni's just chasing a 7.22. That is very, very gettable for the Prince of Lakey Peak.
Yeah, and I'm sure Jarvis knows that, so he'll be definitely trying to keep Oni off of those sets with priority right now.
This is a big set pouring through. Both surfers probably are sitting a little bit too far inside. And Oni might spin. Nope, decides there was nothing on offer there. Yeah, those first two waves in that set were significantly bigger and broke a bit further out. Neither Jarvis nor Oni could get into position, but we've seen it a lot this week. The bigger waves aren't necessarily the best waves. You really want the ones with the good shape that let you go vertical on your first couple of turns and then run through the inside and allow you to get that big finish. A lot of the bigger waves just kind of fatten out and bend away from themselves. What was your feelings in the expression session yesterday?
Well, I got lucky enough to actually have 2 expression sessions. I joined the women's and then straight into the staff, and
everything's just coming up Legati this week. Isn't it? Everywhere you go, there's people bringing you printed out photos of yourself surfing.
Yeah.
Double dipping, surfing in the event, so you only have to do half the commentary work, and then double dipping on the expression session day.
I mean,
the charmed life of Italy's #1 ranked surfing policewoman, I tell you.
I have really been enjoying Taiwan, and you know, this is my first time here.
A bit of jostling right now, and Jarvis uses priority to keep Oni off that one. Strong first turn, gets a little bit bogged down on his second. Will this one run through the inside? One turn, releases the tail, slides around. That's incredible surfing. Not sure if it's going to go into his top 2, which speaks volumes for the performance we've seen from Jarvis already in the first 4 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, that leaves Oni with priority now in the last 4 minutes, and he'll be hoping and looking out the back for a big set wave to come and get that 7.22. But yeah, that expression session was amazing as we see the replay of Jarvis. Oh, beautiful first turn right in the pocket. Stretches out his arms and carves back to the source of the wave and tail high releases that finishing maneuver.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to go into Jarvis's top 2, so the situation will remain the same. Oni Anwar still looking for a 7.22 and having a good hard look at this one. Opening first turn was a carve with a bit of a tail drift. Putting the foot down, you know he wants to take to the sky, releases it, air rev. He's going to keep on rattling down the line, hoping that this one runs and stands up across the inside. Not to be, he's out of there. Not a 7.22.
I don't think so either.
Anything over a 6.73 would narrow the gap. 3 minutes to go. And the paddle back from that right can be a little bit quicker than the left sometimes because you're in cleaner water with the channel there.
Yeah, that wave.
Priority has gone to Jarvis.
As you were saying, didn't have as much wall as maybe he was hoping for. You see that first turn was a little bit flat, and as he takes to the sky in the second one, that was a really great turn, but I don't think it'll be what he's looking for.
Yeah, we've seen all week the judges really want to see you go vertical on the first turn. Once he got out on the face, he had to force it a little bit, get that bit of tail slide, and then he got his air in a little bit afterwards, and again, nothing after that, whereas he would have wanted it to stand up, bend back at him, and allow him to smack it once again. A 6.53, so it goes into his top two. It doesn't change the situation. Oceania is still on the hunt for a 7.22 with 2 minutes on the clock and some waves to come. Jarvis well and truly bulldozes his way through with priority. Says, get out the way, Oni. This one is mine. He's standing on the tail. He's looking for a ramp. It's not to be on that section, but 2 strong turns. Now he throws the air rev. He knows there wasn't a whole lot in that. The turns just keep on coming. The shove it, not to be. He did that yesterday, but spun himself around 180 while his board did a 360. So that was a backhand big spin. It was off a much bigger section. It was insane. Could easily have won the expression session until Marlon Harrison came out and did a bananas air reverse. And then about 30 seconds after the expression session had finished, on his way in, Bronson Mady did one of the biggest, best, cleanest backflips you will ever see. Rode out of it as clean as a whistle. And everyone decided on the spot that he and Marlon should halve the prize money. Even though it was after the expression session had finished, it was that good. Everyone rushed up to the judges' deck, watched the replay a million times, and Bronson Mady is absolutely on a heater at the moment. I won't spoil too much, but you should go watch the final of Stab High from Oceania's own Lakey Peak. It's playing on Stab's YouTube channel at the moment, and it is incredible, and Bronson is one of the stars. Last score for Jarvis, a 5.77. Doesn't go into his top two. Significantly, though, it kept Oni off that wave, because it wouldn't have taken much more from Oni to get up to the sevens and challenge Jarvis's lead. Oni has priority. He's only got 20 seconds remaining. And Jarvis is going to get right over to Oni and sit on him and see if he can't force a mistake or force him to take off on a dud wave. Here goes Oni, 5 seconds remaining. This is last roll of the dice time. He knows he's going to have to go big. This wave will count, but to get a 7.22, he's really going to have to do something special. And he gives Jarvis a round of applause. And Oceania, ever the statesman, big rapturous ovation from the surfers deck. That was a very entertaining 35 minutes. But it is an all-Aussie final on the men's side of the draw. There's an all-Japanese women's final about to kick off in the QS. 5,000, so 5,000 points are on the line. Minamai Nanaka and Nanaho Suzuki are underway. Stay tuned. We will be right back after this short break with the 2 finals here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
Open of Surfing. I am down here with our second men's finalist. Congratulations, WSL.
Yeah, thank you. I'm stoked to get through that one. Like, Oni's been ripping all events, so I knew it was going to be a tough heat, but yeah, I was stoked to get through.
And you're up against Reef Hazelwood, two high-flying, goofy footers. Are you looking forward to the matchup?
Yeah, it should be good. Reef's always been in like 1 or 2 heats before me, so he's been like psyching me up with his surfing before, so it'll be good to have a final against him.
And you got here nice and early, soaked up some of the Taiwanese culture, got to meet some of the local surfers. Icing on the cake if you can get the win?
Yeah, that'll pretty much top off the trip, but yeah, it's been so good already, and I'm stoked with my result, and like everyone's been really nice over here, and it's been a good trip.
All right, well, we'll let you go get ready. Best of luck in the final, mate.
Thanks heaps.
One to go. Good luck. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Binzi, and I just can't get off that infectious smile that Jarvis has. Really good energy, and I'm super excited to see that all-Australian matchup. We've got an all-Japanese matchup in the women's final, and here we see...
This is Minami Nonaka on her backhand, lethal throughout the whole contest. She has been getting those lefts this whole time, and this is going to be a great final.
It certainly is. I'm sure the two surfers out in the water are familiar with each other. Coming from Japan, would have competed, I'm sure, in their national series, and here we see some replays coming up. This was the opening score for Blue, which is locked in at a 4.17, so she'll be happy to get a bit of wax between the toes, and this was the last of Red, so fairly similar starts from our two Japanese surfers. We've stuck with 35 minutes for our final, and Jada, tell me, you're a competitor as well. What sort of headspace do you try and get into before a big heat or certainly a big final?
Well, first of all, I like to be as calm as possible. You make the best decisions when you're level-headed and you're not, in a panicked mode. I try not to think about my opponents and just try to focus on myself and focus on my surfing, because at the end of the day, it's what we all here for, and you just have to surf to get by those heats.
Yeah, exactly right. A calm headspace usually provides the best performance level. So a 4.83 for Minami, and she is in a early lead. Still plenty of time on this one. Just under 30 minutes remaining.
Yeah, something I've noticed about these two surfers is that they've been really sticking to their backhand. And talking around to other competitors as well, I've noticed that actually many people like to compete on their backhand, as it's easier to get more vertical on the wave, and you can really open up your shoulders and get that board at that 12 o'clock that all the judges are always looking for, and really in the pocket.
Yeah, well, the lefts today, just with that little bit of ruffled texture starting to come into play. Obviously a bit of a smoother surface on offer, so right now a small backup score for Nanami in the red, just a .07. She is the first surfer with 2 scores on the board, but she won't want to hold on to that 0.77 for long.
Yeah, I'm really impressed that the Japanese surfers throughout this entire event, they're so consistent, their surfing is so precise, they have so much flow, and you really see the dedication. They're there every morning, they're there every afternoon. Even the ones that have been knocked out are still out there training.
Yep, a lot to like about the Japanese surfers. Their performance throughout the women's draw has been really impressive, and this dual-sanctioned event allows competitors from right across this Asian region to come down to the beautiful island and country that is Taiwan, and a lot of them say that they come down here for holidays. It's quite close to Japan. Obviously the water's a little bit warmer, so they're probably happy to get rid of the wetsuits and compete in either just a spring suit or their bathers. Right now, looking at the right-hander is... well, she didn't like what she saw, so Suzuki, a quick in and out.
Yeah, there used to be a direct flight from somewhere in Japan. I can't tell you exactly where now. And they used to come down just for the weekend to surf the whole time, you know, eat bao buns, eat dumplings, and then fly back home maybe Sunday night.
Yeah, it's pretty close, and right now we've got a pretty close final on our hands. Red does have first priority, and right now 27 minutes has just ticked by on the clock. One thing that we've really enjoyed about the performance from our women in the water is just, I guess, their progression. They've been able to mix it up in the earlier heats. We saw Suzuki throw down a pretty impressive reverse in semi-final number 1, first heat of the day. Conditions have changed a little bit since then, but there seems to be a bit more consistency in the lineup, so we hope to see some good set waves roll through for our women's final here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, the QS 5000. So a really, really crucial event for both of these ladies in the water. Our runner-up will be taking home 3,900 ratings points, $5,000 in cash. Our winner, 5,000 points and $10,000 worth of prize money. So would definitely make the trip worthwhile if you could walk away with a nice paycheck at the end of it.
Yeah, I'm sure both these ladies are really excited to get things, you know, really started in this heat, as it's been a little bit slower than the previous ones, but we have a great heat in our hands. Both these women have been, you know, on fire throughout the entire event. Both have been standouts, so I'm excited. This is Nanaho Suzuki on her backhand. Beautiful first turn, and second one was not as vertical and finishes it off nicely.
Yeah, a smaller inside wave, but she was able to extract a lot of opportunity out of it. And she was in second place prior to taking off. And here we see live action with Nonaka on her backhand. And I really like the tight, compact surfing that both of these ladies bring to the screen. It is a tight matchup at the early part of this heat. We are awaiting scores for both surfers to lock in. Right now, both of them holding on to pretty small backup scores, so it's going to get tighter once that last exchange locks in.
Yeah, as we see a replay of our surfer in blue, beautiful vertical first turn. Just a link-up turn to get a hard finish on that last one. And this is our surfer in red. A nice turn. I feel like she fitted in more turns into her wave, whereas maybe Nanaho had a little bit more, more vertical in the pocket turns, in my opinion.
Well, you can see the ladies are keeping really busy, each of them looking for that quality wave and quality maneuver to just give them the early advantage in this one. But right now it's been a bit of a flurry. We've seen probably the best part of 6 waves ridden, so a wave every couple of minutes. And this was the last of blue. I love that. Nice straight up in the pocket, slices back. So just 2 maneuvers, but looks like they're all trying to build a little bit of momentum into the back end, into the front end of this women's final. An all Japanese matchup, as we said, and we've got a good looking wave coming here for red.
Yeah, this is red again on her backhand. Beautiful first turn, and then finishes it off nicely. Not so much variety, but a lot of quality in those turns.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Gee, I've really liked their performances thus far. 2 deserving finalists, and I'm sure that there's a lot of people tuning in from Japan as we see first turn here. Just a 2 maneuver wave, as you said, but she crunches that end section, and awaiting scores still, so the judges will be flicking through the replays and really looking for that one wave to sort of define the scale and be the reference point for the rest of this women's final here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We've just gone past the 23-minute mark, and again keeping busy. This is Suzuki now, opting for her forehand. Nice slicing turn, but not much on offer after that first section.
Something I really enjoy about this wave is that because there's so many peaks, it gives the option for the surfers to find their own space and create their own opportunities. So even if you're under priority, you still can, move somewhere else farther away and catch a smaller one and a left or a right, and a lot of options.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You can see here on screen quite a large gap between our two competitors. It's a big playing field. The swell has dropped ever so slightly. We're probably more in the 2 to 3 feet range today. It's a little bit smaller, but when the waves do come through, the scoring opportunity is still really, really good. Looks like the numbers have locked in. We're still awaiting scores for the last, but a 5.50 for Nonaka in the red has put her into first position. She's got a 5.5, her backup a 4.83, but the best number has locked in for blue. Suzuki a 6.1 on her third last wave, her second to last wave a 4.20, so she's looking pretty good right now, but she is still in second position, although she holds the best number being a 6.10. So a super, super tight scoreline. You can see just 0.03 separating the two ladies. So it's pretty well even Stevens right now. The requirement for blue to go up into the lead, just a 4.23. She scored a 4.20, so not much more required for her to go into the lead. But with 20 and a half minutes on the clock, I'm sure there'll be a lot more fireworks to come.
Yeah, both these ladies have been scoring those really higher 7s and 8s throughout this event, so I'm sure that's exactly what they have in mind coming into this final. A lot of points on the line, and here we see blue taking a look at this left. She'll be going on her forehand, takes this all the way down the line, goes for an air. Probably inspired by all the previous heats by Jarvis and Reef. So it'd be great to see her land one of those.
Yeah, I like her thought pattern. She obviously scored highly for that little grab rail reverse we saw in semi-final one, the opening heat of the day. So Suzuki, I like the fact that she's looking to do something a little bit different. We haven't seen too much, aerial surfing from the ladies here, but with that little bit of wind starting to puff up, a good opportunity to maybe take to the sky and, put an exclamation mark in the mid part of this women's final.
As we see our surfer Nonaka on her backhand, just a quick turn and the wave closes out for her. But yeah, both these surfers know they have to go big in this final. It's all or nothing now.
Yep, this is where it all matters. You can perform as good as you want, but it all matters in the final. This is where the big points and the prize money are on offer. And Suzuki connecting really nicely. 2 good turns to start this wave off. A smaller wave, but it continues to run. Slides the tail out there, and I think we're going to see the best score of the heat lock in. It's really cool to see, although the waves aren't as big as we've seen previously in the event, they still have that really good scoring opportunity out there.
Yeah, they do. It's just the shape of this wave is so playful and fun. Here's the replay. A good first turn. The second one, a little more vertical, throws that tail around a little more. And you see her finish this wave. Again, those fins just slide out. And she's feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, I'd be feeling good if I locked in a wave like that. She was in second place, but holds on to the best wave of the final, and she's just locked in the new best wave of the final, a 6.16. Her backup score now is 6.10, so pretty similar scores, but 2 6s in pretty much the halfway point of this heat. She'll be feeling pretty happy. Puts a bit of scoreboard pressure on Nonaka in the red, who has first priority. Her requirement has grown to a 6.73, so I think some smart surfing going on from Suzuki. She's just chipping away and scoreboard pressure is where it all matters, I guess, in a final, you know. There's nothing after this. You've got to leave it all on the line. And Blue has done really well to lock in 2 good scores.
Yeah, something I like about Suzuki as well is that she's keeping busy. She's going to the inside, catching lots of waves. Sometimes when you're sitting out there with priority for too long, the nerves kind of get to your head. So when you stand up, you might not perform as well as you'd want. So I like that tactic from Nanaho Suzuki, showing her maturity in contest and, you know, showing everyone that this is why she's in the final.
Yep, great analysis. The last few days have flown by pretty quickly, but up and riding, cashing in on her priority is Nonaka. Our surfer in red. Wow, that was a good turn. And really, really slapped that section hard on her backhand. And one thing I'm sure of is the Roxy team would be very happy to have 2 finalists in the water right now.
Yeah, this first turn was a little flatter but this one was amazing. She took it straight to 12 o'clock, wasted no time, so much speed, and came out with it a lot of speed as well.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting score with 16 minutes on the clock. Really looking forward to the men's match up next. It'll be Reef Hazelwood, who we saw on the screen just a moment ago, taking on Jarvis Earl. So they have the same sponsor, they ride the same boards, they have a similar approach, so it's going to be an evenly weighted matchup for the men's QS 3000, which will be in the water in less than 16 minutes time. But our focus now is purely on the 2 Japanese surfers. Suzuki in the blue with priority in the 2 best scores of the heat so far. The last number has locked in for Nonaka, a 5.27. So right now, 1 surfer with 2 6s, 1 surfer with 2 5s, but I'm sure they'll both be hoping to get up into the excellent range. And that's what we've been talking about, waxing up the top of your feet. Those cobblestone rocks are slippery, so Jarvis is he's doing the right thing there. You walk over those rocks, you don't want to have that grease and grime on your feet, so waxing the top of your feet allows you to, you know, rub the bottom of one foot with the top of another, and that sort of takes the grease and grime off and allows you to have a bit more traction on your board once you're standing up and riding.
Funny thing, I've never been able to do that. I just can't seem to stick. The wax doesn't seem to stick on the top of my feet.
You need to rub it hard, G. It's it's not lipstick. You don't apply it lightly. You need to rub it on there so it sticks on.
All right, I'll try that next time.
Well, the water is warm, so you're generally using a bit of a harder formula wax, so it's not a cool water wax, so it doesn't go on super easy. You need to get in there and really rub it on the top of your foot hard, and we saw Jarvis doing it almost perfectly then.
Yeah, he did it really well, so I was not only impressed with his surfing, but his feet waxing.
Well, I think to have a good final, you need really good preparation, and you can see you know, Jarvis Earl, he's young. He's from Cronulla in New South Wales, but he's got a wealth of competition experience, and it's showing. You know, I think both of these guys looking super focused, and here we see Reef Hazelwood just not sure what that exact technique is doing. Maybe just warming up the shoulders. This one looks to be freeing up sort of the central torso, and when you throw big buckets of spray, that sort of technique is really important to open up the shoulders, loosen up sort of the lower back as well. So Reef has had great heat preparation. It's his birthday today, so I think the icing on top of the birthday cake would be to walk away with a win here. So to all his friends and family who are no doubt tuning in, I'm sure he's had a lot of birthday wishes and stuff sent through already, but I'm sure they'll all be channeling some really positive energy for the young Queenslander coming up in the men's final next.
Yeah, it was great to see all his friends here singing happy birthday to him when he came in from that heat win. I'm sure he's going to, you know, surf really well as this guy on screen, Jarvis Earl. Both surfers been really impressive throughout this whole week. and both been standouts.
Yeah, they've definitely been on the highlights reel quite regularly. As we see our surfer in second place, Nonaka opting for the forehand. Couldn't quite find the opportunity she was hoping for there, so she kicks out. She's still looking to improve on a 5.27 to extend the lead.
As it seems like something could be approaching in the back. Our surfer in red, wanting to get out there and give herself opportunity to get that 6.73 she's looking for.
Yeah, well, I think being able to adjust to the conditions, changing ever so slightly, has been really important. Both surfers have surfed over the last few days, so they can understand the, the glassy conditions, these, slightly ruffled conditions. So they would have experienced, all sorts of conditions here at Jinzun Harbour. And this looks like a good little bump on offer. Our surfer in blue, Suzuki, is going to cash in her priority. She looks left, but she goes right and ditches the tail. I like what she's doing now. She's got 2 sixes underneath her belt, and she's looking to push the performance level that little bit harder.
Yeah, she's built a foundation to her house, and now she's just wanting to take it that step further and, make sure she stays in that first position and build up her score, as well as maybe build up some pressure for Nonaka.
Yep, a 6.73 is definitely achievable for Nonaka in the red. She now has the P, which indicates first priority next to her name, but she's stuck in the fives right now. A 6.73 is definitely within her capabilities, but with 10.5 minutes on the clock, it's going to be a really important back end of this heat to see what she can muster up.
Yeah, Nana will taking a look at that one, but this is Nonaka. She went on this wave, a beautiful first turn into second, and looking to finish strong. This wave does run away from her, but I'm not sure if that's going to be improving or what she's looking for.
Yeah, I sort of agree with you, Jada. I'm thinking it was a little bit too much of a slopey face. As we see the replay here, she sort of comes from behind, misses that good first steep section. Sort of an open face maneuver there, and gets to that section just a little bit late. So for me, I don't think it's going to go into a top two. We'll see what it locked in as. Looks to be a 4.87, so it doesn't go into a top two, but she's keeping her momentum rolling, and with under 10 minutes on the clock, a 6.73 is what she's chasing. The two Japanese surfers have been super impressive, and I'm sure they're both going to be looking to put their name onto the Challenger Series in 2023. 5,000 rating points will be critical to their campaign. And here at Jinzun Harbour on finals day, the Taiwan Open of Surfing has provided an absolute viewing spectacular. A lot of great surfing on both the women's and men's side of the draw. We've had the pleasure to sit here in some shade. The comfort of the couch has been really, really good. And I've just loved every second of it all. We're alongside our mates Chris Binns and Tippy Jarbrick, who have been able to hold down the commentary with us. But I've loved your commentary, G. You've really been able to, help on the women's side and the men's side. Just dissect it all and, provide your insight. You're a really great surfer. I loved your performance in the little expression session yesterday. You were lucky enough to do 2 back-to-back heats, you lucky duck.
Thank you so much, and I love working besides all of you guys, and I'm hoping I could get this opportunity again. I've had such an amazing week, and I've learned so much throughout. It's really different to be on the other side of, the contest. This was a replay of the last wave of Minami Konaka. So, that wave, finishing it off strong, and she's looking for a 6.73. This is the cheer squad.
Yeah, well, the Japanese surfers, they might be smaller in number compared to the Australian cheer squad, but they are soaking up the sunshine, and I think they're super passionate about, their sport and their country, so you can see maybe some indication to get further out the back. Right now, just a touch on 7 minutes. Last score for Red, a 5.0. So both ladies have caught 9 waves. So a total of 18 waves ridden in this, the women's final. And you can hear a couple of hoots and hollers as the two Aussie boys make their way down the cobblestones and out for the final heat of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is your heat leader, Suzuki. Steeper section, connects with it well. And she just seems to be really sure-footed on her feet. And as soon as I say that, she falls off. So apologies, Nanaho. I put the mockers on you. Commentator's curse. It even happens at local events and certainly at international events. So, but she'll paddle out knowing that she did a pretty good job on the opening part of this wave.
Yeah, here is that first turn, but I think this was the money turn. She takes it, in the pocket, super vertical, and finishes it off really nicely. She seems to be slightly more in rhythm, I think, than Minami, but I'm sure Minami is going to come back strong. Maybe we'll even have another buzzer beater like we've had throughout this entire week.
Yeah, I've been... it's like edge of your seat viewing. It's nail-biting finishes, and certainly to get to finals day, we've seen some great performances. And I think the Japanese surfers, they just have the ability to stay cool, calm, and collected when it matters.
There we go.
Lucky Waxy's feet.
Oh, yeah. That was probably the first fall we've seen on camera. Those rocks are deadly.
Yep, they certainly are. I look for the ones that are, a little bit lighter in colour. They seem to have, not that super smooth surface like the dark black rocks do. But there are a couple of barnacles on the rocks. You've got to sort of definitely be sure of where you're stepping and where you're walking. So Jarvis Earl, he did very well not to fall on his backside there.
Yeah, especially coming out to your final, you don't want to start off like that.
No, you don't want to hurt your fins. You don't want to, ding your board. So slow and steady is the approach. You can see Reef, he is taking it nice and slow and just making his way through. I think the hardest bit is when the water is covering the rocks and you can't really see where you're putting your feet. You have to sort of wait for the water to pull back or hope that, when a wave comes in that you're light enough to jump on and not hit the rocks as you jump off.
Yeah, now that the swell has dropped off as well, the shore has less water, so you can't really do that jump in that everyone's been doing the past few days. You kind of have to walk a little bit more, which makes it that little bit more difficult.
Definitely right. Last of Blues does not go into her top two, a 5.17. That was the 10th wave for Suzuki, the Japanese surfer, just on 4 minutes remaining. So one thing I can guarantee you at the end of this, a Japanese lady will be chaired up the beach.
Yes, and it'll be interesting to see how they do that as well. It's, speaking of rocks, there's going to be a few there.
Yep, so maybe the Japanese guys are going to put their shoes on. I really love the end of every event because, chairing someone up the beach after a week-long performance is super, super cool. Here goes Suzuki now. She is just keeping momentum in her favour. That was a nice turn. And, pushing hard. She does definitely want to, improve on that 6.1. Maybe just pushing a little bit too hard there.
Yeah, as we're reaching the 3-minute mark, she has been falling off a bit in her last few waves, so it could be those, final nerves maybe kicking in. She has the first spot, but now with Nonaka in priority, she's definitely going to be wanting to stick close and try to control the situation.
Yeah, exactly right, Jada. Well, I'm not nervous because but I'm just excited to see how the next 2.5 minutes will play out, because both of these ladies have been deserving of their position in the final, and both very capable surfers representing the beautiful country of Japan just to our north. We've had the chance to chat with them throughout the week, and both of them have been down here to Taiwan before, so they both have looked very comfortable in the water. Their performances have been polished, their surfing has been sharp, and here we go.
This is Nonaka using her priority. Beautiful first turn, and just digs her nose in. She will not be feeling very happy about that, and I'm sure Suzuki's gonna be paddling straight over to her to, as I've said before, control this heat.
Yeah, well, there we see some fellow competitors, some supporters. Looks like they are, they've probably got a foot in both camps at the moment, supporting both of the ladies in the water, but you can see Blue just ever so slightly paddling over towards Nonaka, and she'll want to control the back end of this heat. And Blue uses priority to keep Red off this. Doesn't look like the greatest wave. It's a bit flat. It's a little bit slopey, but what can she do on this inside section? Goes for the backhand reverse. And that is something I've really liked about Suzuki surfing is, her ability to push the progression level. And we saw that amazing reverse that she rode out of in semi-final number 1 this morning. It's put her in a good position to reach the final, and she's in a great position right now with 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Nonaka taking a look, looking out the back to see if there's maybe one more opportunity as we reach the 30-second mark. It doesn't look like there's anything on the horizon. It's looking pretty good for Suzuki right now.
Yep, under 20 seconds. Doesn't look like too many waves are approaching, but Red is on the move. She wants something to pop up in the next 10 seconds if possible. But with 5 seconds on the clock, it doesn't look like it's going to change the result. So a big congratulations to Nanaho Suzuki, your champion here, the QS 5000. You can see the smiles on her face, and wow, what a big performance from her. She is the champion, stands up on her board, gives herself a little fist pump, and we congratulate the lady on screen for a really, really solid performance over the last week. She surfed well, and I really look forward to hearing from her as we get ready for the presentations. We're going to go to a short break potentially, and we'll be right back with the men's final straight after this.
Some relief, I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess.
在台九线长长道路上，一旁就是那无尽的海洋。
台东 Start， 旅行是一场灵感的捉迷藏。
台东是个美丽的地方，也是个很真实的地方。一起来寻找新的方向。台东 Start。
Welcome back to Jinzun Harbour, and that is an ecstatic Nanaho Suzuki being cheered up the beach. There's not much of a beach, it's cobblestones, rocks, over sand, and a pair of sixes, a 6.13 and a 6.1, enough to see her get past Minamai Nanake with a 5.5 and a 5.27. So much like poker, a pair of sixes beats a pair of fives, and she will be thrilled to have taken out the win. Not just the prize money, but 5,000 qualifying series points. Chibi Jabrick joining me in the booth. My name's Chris Binns, and we have the final of the men's in the water right now. Two fleet-footed goofies from down under, Reef Hazelwood from the Sunshine Coast of Queensland, Australia, Jarvis Earl from Cronulla, Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. And it is Jarvis straight out of the gates with a 6.33 and a 3.17, who has nosed out into the lead in the first 4 minutes of this 35-minute final. That's Jarvis on screen in the blue jersey. This is such an evenly weighted matchup, Tippy.
Yeah, this is I have to say, these two surfers are similar. They both are, can go left and right. Jarvis, on the semi-final, taking down Oni Anwar on a strong performance just like that. So I'm pretty sure all the boys in Cronulla, everybody in Cronulla, gonna, cheers for their hero there, Jarvis Earl. And you cannot also put your attention away from Reef Hazelwood. He's been on fire the whole event since day one. Actually, Reef Hazelwood is already sending messages that he's one of the the top guy that you need to watch.
And we can't discount, it is Reef's birthday today as well. We saw all the Aussie competitors give him a big happy birthday when he came in from winning his semi. They all joined the chorus. Here is Jarvis on his backhand this time. Took a bit of a while to get there. Big blast to sign off. That'll probably get rid of his 3.17. Won't be a wave that he'll want to think about when this heat is done in 30 minutes' time. And these guys are doing it very nicely. I'm not sure if the webcast picked it up, but they had a big cuddle and a chat before the final started. A little bit down the beach. They got away from the competitors' area and both paddled out through the channel, out into the deeper water of the bay, so they could steer well clear and stay wide of the women's finalists. Speaking of the women's finalists, Giada Lagati is going to chat to an ecstatic Nanaho Suzuki, who's just taken out the WQS 5000 here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Take it away, G.
Yes, I'm here with Nanaho. She just won the QS Open Taiwan Women's 5000. Nanaho, this is also your first QS win. Tell us what you're feeling right now.
I'm super happy right now. いや、もうめちゃくちゃ今嬉しくて、超今興奮している状態です。
You know, this is a really special place, I guess, for you now as well. Tell us a little bit about what was going through your head during that heat.
Yeah, Minami is my teammate, so she's a great surfer, and I'm so happy to the session with the heat. Yeah, but yeah, I'm so happy to win.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family and your sponsors back at home?
やっと優勝することができました。今年最後にビッグタイトル獲得することができてとても嬉しいです。でもまだまだこれからが正念場だと思ってるんで、これからも応援よろしくお願いします。いつもありがとうございます。
So what's the first thing you're going to be doing after this?
I want to eat the dumpling and then sleeping. I'm so tired.
All right, I'm sure you're going to be coming back here soon.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That was Nanaho, the winner of the QS 5000 Open Taiwan Women's. Back to you guys.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Giada, and cheers for all your efforts in the booth and on the sideline this week. Breath of fresh air compared to us three crusty old men. And Tippy, Nanaho ecstatic as you'd expect.
Yeah, I have to say, it's all about who's leading and who's putting pressure from early days, and Nanaho is just knows that Minami Nonaka is a really dangerous, surfer herself. So she said in Japanese that she's really happy to surf against her, number 1 and number 2 in Asia, and looks like she's taking the first now on the rating.
Yeah, 5,000 QS points is a massive result. Of course, the goal when doing the QS is to get yourself onto the Challenger Series, and then the goal when doing the Challenger Series is to get yourself onto the Championship Tour. And Nanaho Suzuki and Minamai Nanaka have both taken huge steps towards guaranteeing their places on next year's Challenger Series. Of course, the QS accumulates your ranking points in your region. Here at Taiwan, it's a co-partnership between the Australasian Oceania region and the Asian region, so that means both Aussie, Kiwi surfers can come here, and Japanese and Indonesian, Philippine surfers can, and Thai, we saw Thai surfers from Thailand as well in this event, can come here and both bank points in their respective leagues. Then once you get onto the Challengers, there's none of this regional stuff. All bets are off. Top 10 make the Championship Tour. We're about to see the final Challenger Series event for the year take place in Hawaii. The Haleiwa Pro kicks off on the 26th of November, and there's a lot of places up for grabs. So some big performances in the big, powerful waves of Haleiwa.
Yeah.
Are going to sort out who we will be seeing in action when the Championship Tour kicks off again in Hawaii, end of January at the Pipeline Masters, or Pipeline Pro.
Yeah, and also great news from the Challenger Series. You have one Aussie's already, qualified for the CT next year, Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be back where he belongs, competing at the highest level.
Yeah, Ryan Callanan surfing really well on this Challenger Series 2022.
And bigger news from the Asian region. For the first time ever, an Indonesian surfer, Rio Waida, will be competing on the Championship Tour. Tippy, that means a lot to you personally, as well as everyone in Indonesia and Bali. Tell us just how much hard work has gone into getting Rio onto the World Tour.
Yeah, actually, it was, pre-COVID, everything was super hectic. We have events all over the places. But, after COVID, WSL told us that, hey, TP, AAC need to create one QS. And the reason why is if Indonesia or other region doesn't make any QS, the only representation will be only from Japan, because there will be one QS happening in Japan, and none of our Indonesian or Thai or anybody can go to Japan because it's still like a quarantine there. And with one event, it create a pathway for Rio to move into the Challenger. By winning the Bali Pro, he have a chance to to go directly to the Challenger. So it's amazing pathway for him.
All right, this is Jarvis Earl looking to make more inroads on his pathway to the Challenger Series and then eventually the Championship Tour. And the surfers deck next to us erupts. They are fans of that wave. His previous high score was his previous second score was a 4.5. So Reef Hazelwood sitting with priority, being a little bit more patient. Jarvis is just going to stay very busy under priority, roll the dice on a few smaller waves and hope that they stand up and offer him a bit of opportunity. This one definitely did talk us through the replay, Tippy.
Yeah, Jarvis been surfing super smart, from semifinal to this morning. And this one, like super sharp top turns there. He didn't miss any, of that lines there. Super flow, super strong, and finish up with a, like a fins.
Wow. So Jarvis Earl goes into the excellent range. His last score an 8.17. He will hear that. His shoulders will pick up. He'll paddle just that little bit quicker out the back with a little pep in his step, because already with 23 minutes to run, he's got an 8.17 and a 6.33 to sit out in the lead. Reef Hazelwood hasn't fired a shot yet, won't be phased one little bit. He's got priority. He knows that he's more than capable of dropping a pair of 8s, and he's got 22.5 minutes to do so. Plenty of time. Plenty of waves. This one is far from over, but it is Jarvis Earl in the ascendancy nice and early.
Yeah, similar from his first tactic, going busy from, from the first minute. And looks like Jarvis Earl is taking an early advantage.
Yeah, okay, here goes Reef on his forehand. Takes to the sky. God, he's nose picking that one like crazy, but cannot hang on to it. And maybe we could send Justin or Giada down with the sideline reporter to go and embed themselves with the Aussie camp and find out who the Aussies are all supporting. Because we can see them out on the rocks. Obviously, there's a few allegiances to the Queenslander and New South Wales. Is there some state of origin? Is everyone going with the birthday boy? A dog goes crazy right next to our booth. And, all right, score to come in for Reef is not going to be a good one. Last for Jarvis in 8-1-7. Someone has well and truly let the dogs out here at Jinzun Harbour. There's the drone shot. That is beautiful, Jinzun Harbour. Fantastic backdrop to the 12th edition of the Taiwan Open of Surfing. I first came here in 2018. Tippy, when was the first time you made it to this event?
I lost count, but I'm pretty sure it was around 2010, 2012.
Incredible stuff. And the wave remains the same. The town hasn't changed much, but the level of surfing here in Taiwan is just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, for sure. We see more younger generation coming up, as we can see here. Jarvis Earl, this guy just super busy, Binzi, just throwing tails on every maneuvers. He likes to go big. He likes to impress the judge. And there we go. A lot of spectators on the judge tower, want to watch this final day.
Okay, this is Reef Hazelwood. Time to strike back. First turn was really good. Gets a little bit stuck on his second. He's going to flow fluently through some turns. How is that little whip on the rebound? Not done yet. This one might just stand up and run for him and allow him a little bit more of a chance. Throws the tail around once again. And that will be Reef Hazelwood's best wave with 20 minutes to go. He'd be wanting a decent number. Anything over a 4.5 will bring his requirement down under the single wave. And flips priority the way of Jarvis Earl in the blue jersey. So fittingly, the New South Welshman is in the blue jersey. Reef Hazelwood, it's red, but we'll call it maroon for the sake of the state of origin gag. 19.5 minutes to go. And I think that no matter the fact that Jarvis is well and truly in the ascendancy on the scoreboard, this one is still wide open, Tippy.
Yeah, still with 20 minutes, just a little under 20 minutes. It's still wide open. We're still waiting for last score of Reef. And this number should make his requirement a little bit easier. Still waiting for a couple judges to put down the score. No, not yet. So this is a replay from Reef Hazelwood. A little bit stuck there, but a couple damage already been done there.
So this is the score in question. The judges have already dropped the score for Jarvis's last wave, which was a 5.67. Doesn't factor in.
Yep.
They're putting all their attention towards this wave of Reefs, as it's a lot more important in the wash-up of this heat.
Yeah, so the requirement is actually still a combo right now, waiting for a last score from Red. Talking about state of origin, Binzi, I know you're out of the those two region. Do you have somebody that some region that you support?
I'm a Queenslander, come state of origin.
Okay.
I lived on the Gold Coast for 7 years, and the 7 years I was there was in the middle of the famous Queensland streak. So they never lost an origin while I was living in Queensland.
So as soon as you left, they lost. Is that
pretty much? Yeah.
Okay, so that's the good stats for Binzi.
Yeah, if anyone out there from Queensland is so passionate about rugby they'd like to sponsor me to live back on the Gold Coast, I'm available for offers. 17.45 to go. Last score for Reef Hazelwood, a 5.33. does get him out of the combination. He's still chasing a 9-1-7. That is actually a very gettable score for Reef Hazelwood. But here goes Jarvis to see if he can't put Reef back into combo land. First turn had a little bit of pizzazz, got the fins out, then a wrap, and now he's eyeing off this section down the line. Bit of drift. And releases the tail once again. Wow, how are the judges going to start separating these waves? Because the two goofy footers are just teeing off on these little runners and blasting sections from start to finish. That's not going to be Jarvis's best wave. Will it threaten his 6.33? If you look at Reef's last 5.33, you think there's a chance. 17 minutes to go. Priority disc now flips over to the red column. Reef Hazelwood has priority, 16.45 to go. Currently, he's chasing a 9.17. Here he goes. This is a good-looking wall. Well, not that good-looking.
Yeah.
Obviously saw that it was closing out down the line. First turn, got out of there. And wants to regain priority. Maybe he knew there was a bit more of a set behind it. Will Reef be able to get over to this one? He sure will. He's taking off right at the peak of the apex. Strong first turn through a big bucket of water. This one's petering out a little bit. He's going to stick with it. It's all been pretty flat so far. Reef knows that he's got to get a little bit more dynamic. Now he's got the end section that gets a bit steeper and finishes off in style. So probably 4 or 5 really quick turns for Reef there. Not too much rail, nothing too vertical. The finish was good, but he will be expecting more of himself. 16 minutes to go. Priority now back with Jarvis Earl.
Yeah, let's see the replay from Reef Hazelwood. You know, like I'm a person that always looking at how fast the surfer's going. You know, as we can see, this is the replay of Reef Hazelwood. Everything is just on the pace, perfect pace, couple good maneuver, but you know this wave is not offering the same speed that Jarvis Earl have on the previous wave when he scored at 8.17. But either way, let's see. This is the wave of Jarvis Earl. As you can see, he's moving a little bit more faster on this wave, Binzi. A bit more dynamic, a bit more pizzazz, like you said before, and then put a little cherry on top of that wave.
Yeah, so a pair of replays for the judges to study. Anything over a 6.33 will extend Jarvis's lead, and it's going to be right there. Jarvis isn't hanging around. He's scratching, trying to get into this one, and he likes the looks of it. Flying down the line. First turn was good. This one might stand up for him. Bit of a check turn there. He's eyeing off this steeper section. Still hasn't quite got to where he wants to be. Releases the tail once again. He does that so easily. He releases the tail, spins it around. He lands on the nose, rides out switch, and just reverts perfectly in the white water without missing a beat. It is so fluent. His previous wave was a 6.07. Doesn't change his situation. Reef's last wave was a 6.37. That is his best score. It brings down his requirement. Reef Hazelwood now needs an 8.14. So little by little, he's starting to pull Jarvis in a little bit closer. Has Jarvis extended his lead once again on the back of this one?
Yeah, Binzi, this way of surfing of Jarvis is super skaty. You know, he's just, you know, popping up out of that coping of that lip. I'm imagining myself that Jarvis is you know, doing a lot of you know, skatey kind of a surfing right there. Love to see that speed. You know, that's the reason why he can, you know, super fast. You know, on all of those sections, finishing with a lot of nice tail high.
All right, last score for for Jarvis comes in at a 5.77. So it's a handy score, but not in the final. So he is throwing that one away. God, you look at his last 3 waves, he's throwing away 2 5s and a 6. So he's obviously feeling it. The boards are looking very good underfoot. That looks like our own Justin Majex is on the screen. Juddo. All right, we can't hear Justin at the moment. So, looks like a technical problem that can be resolved by pressing the red button on the bottom. Justin Majex, are you there? Okay, so Justin still, he might just be a little bit far out of range of the receiver. 12.5 minutes to go. Hopefully we can cross down to him because it looks like he's embedded in the Aussie pack. I'm really keen to see who their money's on. Either way, 2 Aussies in the final is a great haul. The boys they have been having a great time from the day they got here. The expression session yesterday was one of the high points, commentated by Xavier Huxtable, and Cooper Davies. Was very entertaining stuff. I think George Pittar was on the mic as well. And here goes Reef Hazelwood. Releases the tail, rides switch for a long time, working his way down the line, goes the layback, cracks that one, gives himself a little rev up fist pump, and the deck responds in kind. So the energy just lifted with 11.5 minutes to go. Reef Hazelwood needs an 8.14 to get himself up into the mix. That would just about be the best wave of the heat, which currently sits with Jarvis. So he's got an 8.17. Talk us through this, Tippy.
Yeah, this is a nice wave from Reef. A bigger wave. Nice strong tail slide there, and just a super strong finish there. I have to say, you know, if he's happy, there's a reason why he's happy, because he's pushing the limit a little bit there. And 8.14 might be something that could be an easier task after that wave.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's his best wave. And there it is, a 7 for Reef Hazelwood. So that sure does bring down the requirement. He's now just chasing another half a point better than that again, a 7.5. So for Reef, all the points were with the first turn, a little bit of a check, and then the big aggressive finish. A 7, the result. He knows that if he gets a slightly better wave and he can turn those 2 turns into 3 or 4, all of a similar standard, he's up into the excellent range, and then he's going to give Jarvis Earl a headache. So 10.5 minutes to go. This final is going, well, it started off with Jarvis Earl getting out into a big lead. Little by little, Reef Hazelwood is hauling him back in, and a little bit of a momentum shift possibly with that last wave of Reefs. He gave himself the rev up, the crowd reacted. He'll be paddling out feeling pretty good. Jarvis will have heard the noise. He'll go, all right, something good's just happened for Reef. It's time for me to step up. And now let's cross back to Justin. Do you hear us, Mr. Magix?
Yeah, I've got you, boys. I'm here with Jamie Thompson, a guy from New South Wales. Jamie, just wanted to get a bit of insight from, a competitor. How good is it to have 2 Aussies in this final, mate?
Yeah, this is kind of the dream matchup. I mean, both boys surf pretty much the same. They're both both legends, so it's kind of the dream matchup for this final. It's been a good heat so far.
Mate, you're a New South Welshman, a bit of a state of origin matchup going on in the water right now. Who are you backing in for the win?
Oh, it's a tough one. Got to say Jarvie. I've surfed some good heats with Jarvis in the past. I feel like he deserves it. He's up pretty high on the rating, so it'd be good for him to win. And then I feel like Reef also deserves it. He's been going a long time. He's been around forever. So either one, yeah, you can't really choose.
Justin, can you ask Jamie what the consensus is amongst all of the boys, though?
Yeah, what do you reckon? We were down there with the boys on the rocks. What's the consensus from most of the Aussie guys? Who do you reckon everyone's going for?
I think it's about 50-50. You've got Micah and all those boys. I think they're staying with Reef, so I think they're going for Reef. A lot of the younger crew going for Jarvis, but yeah, it's 50-50. No one really cares too much about who wins. It's a good heat, so it'll be good.
And mate, quickly, tell us about your experience here in Taiwan. Have you loved every minute of it?
Yeah, didn't know what to expect coming over here. I mean, it's my first time. I came over by myself, staying in a hostel down the road. Just been doing the same thing every day, just surfing, all the awesome waves around here, eating dumplings every day. It's been great fun.
Well, eating dumplings and watching a great heat, sounds like Jamie Thompson's having as much fun here in Taiwan as I am. We'll throw back to you boys for the back end of this heat.
You beauty. Thank you very much, Justin. Yep, Jamie Thompson echoing the sentiments of everyone who's been involved in this event. It's just fantastic to come here, get into some heat. It's nice and tropical. The water is red hot. Hasn't been too much wind, so you don't need to wear a vest. And you just have to surf to burn off all the carbs you're loading up every night.
Yeah, the water, I have to say, this is one of my favorite temperature, It's not too hot, it's not too cold. And, it's refreshing, 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Looks like Jarvis Earl is still holding those lead. Reef Hazelwood is looking for 7.51. They both surf on their own peak right now. As we can see here, Reef Hazelwood just, holding second priority. Not disturbed by, the appearance of Jarvis, because he's way into the left side of the judging area. Oops, looks like he's on
the move. As soon as we've said that. All right, 7 minutes to go. It is Jarvis Earl in the lead with an 8.17 and a 6.33. He would love to get rid of that 6.33 and really put himself in a strong position. Reef Hazelwood, he won't be happy with a 7 and a 6. He currently needs a 7.51. He'd be looking for something a lot bigger than that to try and move into the lead, and not just move into the lead by a little bit, but by a lot. 6 minutes 40 to go. Jarvis Earl has priority. He's got some decisions to make. Turns his nose up at that one. Reef on the inside says, I'll have a look, and it is just a look. He gets to his feet, has a good glance out the back, and decides, no, there's nothing on offer down the line. He'd rather make his way back out and see what's on the horizon. 6:20 to run.
Wow. With time is ticking down, pressure is, is boiling right now for Reef. He needs that 7.51. He knows himself that he can get that number, but he needs to start working on it.
So we can see Jarvis on the move right now. I was about to say, I wonder when Jarvis is going to move. Reef has sat well inside. He's going to head to the southern peak right now. So the cat and mouse will continue. As we've been saying all week, there are two peaks. One has just gone off the screen. That's the main peak. To the right or the south is a second peak, and it's maybe not always offering as much potential to score, but if you're in second priority, why not roll down there? And Reef has done just that, and Jarvis has tailed him.
Yeah, smart surfing there from Jarvis, putting more pressure on the Reef.
5.5 minutes to go. At some point you go, you know what? You've headed far enough south, and I'm not going to bother because there's not that much scoring potential.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what's happening now. They're both heading back to the north. This is pretty good. Shoulder to shoulder with 5 minutes remaining. If something was to pop up, every chance you'd see Reef sit up and spin south once again and really see if he can get away. This is a pretty sneaky cat and mouse right now. These two are both beautiful human beings. They're great kids, lovely characters, but there are no friends in a final. And Jarvis and Reef are sitting on a picnic blanket right there. There's nothing between them. Not much between them on the scoreboard either. Jarvis up by a point or so, but Reef Hazelwood only needing a 7.51, and we've seen him drop excellent scores all week very, very easily, and Jarvis will know that. 4.5 minutes to go. Come on, let's see some surfing. Enough of this two guys paddling around, chasing each other. Here goes Reef trying to get to the south. There's a set coming by the looks of things. Jarvis can always go right, though, and unleash his backhand. He does have priority. Lets Reef go on this one and fades away to not much. So the two surfers are playing chasey at the moment.
Yeah, like Jamie Thompson before mentioning about Jarvis on the rank, he will move into first right now after this event, if he can win this event. He will going pretty happy with this result. But with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go, looks like there's a set, Binzi. Is Jarvis going to let Reef go on this one? Looks like he's having a sniff, both of them.
Yep, so Reef had a look, decided there was nothing there. Jarvis now in position, goes against it, and Reef's found himself the right off this southern peak.
Oh, he's running away, actually.
He's just used that as a mode of transport. He's going to get himself back over to the main northern peak. So look at Jarvis putting in the outboard. He's actually kicking and scratching to get himself along. The fellow competitors, the Aussies there, will be loving this. That's Alistair Reginato and Micah Margison, Tom Carvello as well. So none of the Aussies have left. They've all hung around the last few days, even after being eliminated. Everyone's having such a great time here that they're sticking around. Two people who aren't maybe having the best time Jarvis and Reef Hazelwood. 2.5 minutes to go. Jarvis's friends and family will be hoping that the ocean goes dead flat. Reef's friends and family will be hoping that there's a ton more waves to come. 2.5 minutes remaining. 3,000 qualifying series points are on the line. And $8,000 first prize as well isn't too shabby. Still Jarvis with priority, standing up on his surfboard. These guys are tailing each other all over the lineup. Reef trying to break away. Jarvis shadowing him pretty much inside his rash vest, not letting him get away. Reef will look at this little right. Jarvis might have to go to block him. He says, nah, you know what? You can have that wave because there's nothing there. And Jarvis was right, so he hangs on to priority. Reef trying to sucker him into taking off on that. And Jarvis Earl did it very, very nicely with 1:40 remaining. And the pursuit continues. Jarvis, will he take off on this wave? He really doesn't want to, because as long as he has priority, he has first right of way on any wave that comes in. 90 seconds remaining. Again, another wave passes under our two surfers. And for two guys paddling around in the ocean, this is pretty entertaining, Tibby Jabrick.
Yeah, right now Jarvis is just holding priority. You know, he doesn't want to take on anything because, you know, by taking a wave, he's losing his priority and also opening the door for Reef Hazelwood. 751. No, it's not a big number for Reef. Yesterday he scored a pretty high score on the one big maneuver. Here we go. Looks like Jarvis and Reef. Ooh. Is that going to change the priority right there? Because both are paddling, but the wave is not even there. So, looks like Jarvis still holding priority. 30 seconds to go.
Oh, Reef will be frantically scouring the horizon.
There will be a moment.
He's going the breakaway. So, 25 seconds to go. This is sort of really last roll of the dice stuff for Reef Hazelwood. Jarvis Earl has played it very nicely through these last 5 minutes. Now the double back. And Jarvis sticks with him. 10 seconds remaining. And it is not looking good for the Queenslander. Jarvis is inside him, and he can take off on this wave if he wants. So Reef will not get another opportunity. And there it is. Jarvis Earl is your winner for the Taiwan Open of Surfing Men's Qualifying Series 3000. Big congrats from Reef, and the two men share a wave in together. Jarvis, that big smile will be beaming brighter than ever right now. Expect some sort of claim last right now. Can't believe it. Head in hands. Makes his way into the beach. A champion. He's come to Taiwan for the first time, not knowing what to expect, and he's walking away with 3,000 points and $8,000 and some big scalps on his belt along the way. He'll be absolutely ecstatic. He is joining Nanaho Suzuki in the winner's circle. Commiserations to Reef Hazelwood and Minamai Nanaka, who finished runner-up in our two divisions. We are just seeing great scenes now. The two Aussies next to each other, great mates, fantastic blokes who will be, you know, they'll cherish this moment for a long, long time. And that is fantastic to see. The hardest part is right now getting through these rocks without coming a gutser, because they are slippery little marbles made of ice. But the two guys wisely down the beach and look at all the well, as if on cue, Reef slips. But there are thousands of local photographers, and they are getting the shots of our two champions for the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It's Jarvis Earl in the ascendancy. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick little break, and when we come back, we will be handing out some trophies and our checks to all of our champions here at the 12th edition of the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Well, there he is, your Taiwan Open of Surfing champion. That is a really treacherous chair up along the cobblestones here at Jinzun Harbour, but the boy from Cronulla, he is pumped, and so he should be. That was a super impressive performance throughout the event. Tippy, one of the best surfers of the event by far, has taken it out.
Yeah, I have to say Jarvis been surfing the most consistent, from every heat, every round. He's not doing any mistake, I have to say. Positioning, one of the main reason why he take down this event is because of his positioning early in the heat, putting like a lot of pressure for Reeve Hazelwood. Yeah, well, a super exciting final there. You can see he is really stoked with his efforts. He's slapping it up with a lot of people as he makes his way up the cobblestones, and yeah, a great effort from that fella on screen. And well, Tippy, it's been an awesome end to what has been an amazing event. Super stoked with it all, mate. It's been a pleasure. It's been my first time here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, but a place that I'll definitely be coming back to. Yeah, I feel like home here also, Justin. Like in Taitung City, all we do is just, a lot of adventures. Yep. Surfing wise, food wise, everything is just full of adventure. Yeah, well, yep, we do love Taitung County. Our little love heart mascot has come from our hotel. We'll have to probably return that. You're not going to steal it and jump on the plane with it? Hey, who knows, Justin? Don't expect to see this pillow in Bali. All right, well, we're going to look at some finals day highlights and get prepared for the presentations.
Like I'm on my tiptoes, baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby, ain't where the money at. Look, I just need the info, pronto. I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I work too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret. And I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you dreaming, I live it. And I'm coming in high, you better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view in it. I'm not surprised at all, no it ain't what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found find some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah. I work too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it. Oh, you mess up the mood. Alright. Ooh, I work too hard for it. And I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah. Oh, come on. I work too hard for it. Yeah. Don't mess up the mood.
Well, what an impressive finals day highlight package there. We congratulate Nanaho Suzuki, our women's champion, and Jarvis Earl, our men's champion. We've had the best seat in the house all day long. We've been able to watch the replays and see it all go down here, Tippy. But, mate, super special place, a place that you've been to many times. For you, the 7th day of competition, a real fitting way to wrap up the event.
Oh yeah, it's been I have to say it's a cruisy, fun event. Every day it's a good condition for all the surfers, and also in the final day, if it's only 6 heats on the day, and with 35 minutes heat, we have no lack of action. Every heat was a lot of action. I'm super happy to see the result of Oni Anwar, moving into first actually on the Asian region with my calculation, and also Nanaho Suzuki and also Jarvis Earl are, pushing themselves into the ranking into number 1 right now.
Yeah, well, we're going to throw to the presentations, and we'll hand over to Chris Binns, who is our master of ceremonies over there. Over to you, Binnsy.
All right, thank you very much to the commentary team back in the main commentary box, Justin Majex, Tibi Jabrick and Giada Lagardi. It's been great being in the box with you guys all week. Fantastic week of surfing here in Taiwan for the 12th ever Taiwan Open of Surfing. The performance levels go through the roof every year. We've had World Juniors here in the past. We've had World Longboarding in the past. This year, a women's WQS 5,000 event and a men's QS 3,000. And one of the highlights is just seeing the standard of Taiwanese surfing every year as the local community really embrace surfing. And it's really rewarding to come here every year and see that. Big thanks to Transport and Tourism Development Department, Josh Yu, who's come along, and Joshua will be presenting the trophies. Thank you to the National Development Council, the Sports Administration, Ministry of Education, the Tourism Bureau, the East Coast National Scenic Area Administration, and of course our biggest help here, the Taitung County Government and the World Surf League, who are putting this on for the 12th time. The Eastern Branch, Fleet Branch and 3rd Maintenance, Coast Guard Administration, the Dongyi Township Office, the Chungjiahua Telecom, Taiwan Power East Branch, Taiwan Underwater Federation, and the Taitung Sports Association Surfing Committee.
好的，欢迎各位我们现场记者朋友以及我们喜爱冲浪的运动。这是我们 WSL 与台东县政府，我们第12年在这边在地深耕冲浪运动赛事以往我们举办过短板的这个 Junior 和年轻组的赛事，然后女子的赛事，长板的总冠军也在我们台湾诞生过。那今年我们这个将赛事规格提升到了 QS 5000，女子 QS 5000局，男子 QS 5000。那我们还是欢迎一下我们的交关处交通局观光办事处处长今天来参与全程来观看我们的比赛哈。谢谢于处长，那以及我们的这个 APEC WSL 的Tour Manager 营运经理Tai Sorati。好，谢谢他们2位。那也要感谢我们的主办单位台东县政府以及世界冲浪联盟，那我们的指导单位国家发展委员会、交通部体育署、交通观光局、东海岸风景管理处，那以及我们的所有的赞助厂商，包含我们的闪银国际、红牛，然后我们的黑松，那这个 Corona Red Bull， 好，慈绿国际。所以我们现在准备我们进行我们的颁奖仪式。
All right, thank you very much. So that was all the organisation taken care of. Of course, these events don't happen without sponsors. So a huge round of thanks to PX Mart, Finn, Corona, Red Bull, Quicksilver and Roxy and Chi Lu. Now, on with the show. If we can get our 2 men's finalists up here. In 2nd place, from the Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia, Reef Hazelwood.
好，我们的男子组的第2名是来自我们的 Sunshine Coast 阳光海岸的黄金海岸的 Reef Hazelwood 那我请我们的于处长拿着我们这次的奖杯，非常的精致，然后我们的 Tai Sorati 拿着他的奖金，好。
All right, and the winner of the men's WQS 3000 Taiwan Open of Surfing in 2022, WSL!
我们男子组 QS 赛事3000积分 ，WSL 这位来自澳洲年仅18的好手，非常的厉害，夺下我们这次比赛的冠军。
Give it up for Jarvis, everyone!
再为他们欢呼一次 ，Yeah, Jarvis!
All right, Jarvis, get over here. We'd better have a quick chat.
好，稍微简单的访问一下。
Mate, congratulations. You came to the event nice and early. Got to Taiwan a week before things kicked off. Did some great stuff with your sponsor Red Bull, going around and surfing with the local community, getting a feel for the place. Just run us through how special this week's been in Taiwan.
Yeah, it's been like a really good trip getting down here early and exploring the area, and it was already a good trip before the comp started, so I was stoked to top it off with an event win.
Talk to us about surfing the final with Reef, because you've been two of the standout performers all week. You're on opposite sides of the draw. There was only ever one heat you were going to meet in, and you got him in the end.
Yeah, he's been surfing so good all event. I've been like watching his heats before mine. He's been psyching me up, so I was pretty stoked to get the win with him in the final.
And the last 5 minutes, there wasn't much surfing done, but you guys just played chasey around the lineup forever. Have you ever had a more tense 5 minutes of just playing cat and mouse like that?
Yeah, I think that was like the longest 5 minutes of my life, but I didn't give him an inch because I knew if he got one, he had a chance of getting the score. So yeah, I was stoked I came out on top.
And talk to us about your whole Taiwanese experience, getting here early and surfing with some of the local up-and-coming talent. It's a pretty special place.
Yeah, it was a really good trip. I've been hanging with two local kids, Noah and Devlin, and they showed me around, and yeah, they were heaps good, and everyone's been really welcoming, so I'm definitely keen to come back someday.
Mate, and obviously you've got some thanks to give out to friends and family.
Yeah, thanks everyone for the support over here, and everyone back at home. I really appreciate it. It's been good.
All right, well, happy birthday to Reef Hazelwood, but your winner today is WSL, everyone!
哇，非常厉害，我们这位红牛好手哈，跟着赛事提早来到了台湾，随着练习，然后跟着我们当地的小朋友一起冲浪。他讲到他非常的开心。那在过往的赛事之中，他跟这个 Ricky 也是常碰头的，但是今天最后一次在这边居然把这个 Riff 拿下来了，他感到非常的开心。那最后5分钟 Riff 一直追着他跑，非常的辛苦，他觉得是他人生中最长的5分钟。再次恭喜我们的 Jarvis。Thank you, Jarvis.
Alrighty, now on to the women. I think we'll get you guys back up for photos with the women's champions afterwards, but congratulations. Now the men's event was a WQS 3000. The women's a 5,000, so a lot of points on offer for the winner. And of course that's going to massively advance their chances of qualifying for the Challenger Series. In second place, in the red jersey, Minami Nanaka.
我们女子组这次赛事的积分来到了5000那这个第2名是我们的野中美波来自我们日本的选手。
Alright, give it up for Minami.
我们为这个野中美波在鼓掌。
Your winner for the 12th Taiwan Open of Surfing in 2022, picking up 5,000 qualifying series points from Japan, Nanaho Suzuki.
台湾国际冲浪公开赛女子组5000积分，独足红牌选手拿到Suzuki。
All right, Nanaho, let's have a little chat. Tell everyone here just how happy you are to win this event.
Yeah, I'm so happy to win this event. So thank you for the WSL and Taiwan local, all my sponsors. Thank you so much.
Tell us about surfing here in Taiwan. You obviously love it.
Yeah, so I'm first time here, and good waves, good food, good people. I love Taiwan.
And do you think you'll be coming back for a long time to come?
Yes, of course.
I don't know why I'm holding this check. It's all yours. Congratulations on the final. It was a closely fought affair. What was going through your mind towards the end? Did you just want it to hurry up and be over so you could claim the check?
Can I say Japanese?
Yeah, go for it.
すごいもうめちゃくちゃこの大会にかけてたんですごい優勝することができてめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。Okay.
All right, congratulations. Give it up for Nanaho Suzuki, everyone.
我们的都族选手也是第一次来到台湾哈，初めて台湾に来ましたので，哇，非常的不简单哈。然后，但是他这次可以拿下5000的积分，他说他非常的开心，非常的这个高兴啊哈。这个对他们的赛事的排名也会有相当大的补助哈帮助。好，我们再次恭喜这个都族红牌选手，おめでとうございます，優勝的。
All right, well, I think that wraps things up for the 12th Taiwanese Open of Surfing. Massive thanks to the WSL from Australasia, all their staff, the Asian Surf Co, and to Joshua Yu from the Transport and Tourism Development Department. Congratulations to all your winners, and we'll see you back here next year and for many years to come because we love the Taiwan Open of Surfing, and now it's time for the rest of us all to go surfing. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next year.
感谢我们台东县政府大力的帮忙哈 WSL。